Good evening. This is the April 1st, 2021 special meeting of the Santa Monica Housing Commission. We will begin with item 1, which is the call to order. Could we please have the roll call?
Commissioner Kamner?
Present.
Commissioner Flora? I believe you're muted, but I see you.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Hamilton? Commissioner Hanson? Is present. Commissioner Hilton?
Here.
Vice Chair Buchanan?
Here.
Chair Soloff?
Here. Okay, that completes item 1. We'll now move to item 2, which is approval of the minutes. This is approval of the January 21st, 2021 Housing Commission regular meeting minutes. Are there any commissioners who have any proposed amendments to the draft minutes? Okay, seeing none from my fellow commissioners, I have 2 to offer. One is, give me a moment to scroll to the minutes. On the public comment on item 2, where it says member of the public Olga Zarowska spoke regarding home ownership programs for housing choice voucher holders, I would propose that we insert the words apparent lack of a between the words regarding and home ownership. And the other amendment I would propose is in item 4A, with the description of my explanation of my vote. I would suggest that we changing the following, that where it says second priority category group, insert after that open paren, live or work in Santa Monica, close paren. And then where it says handle our current, between that word current and housing, but affordable, and after the word housing, the word unit. So it would read, Chair Soloff's no vote is based on his belief that we need to come up with a system instead that allocates some number of units as we go along to the second priority category group, open paren, live or work in Santa Monica, close paren. He believes that would be the way to handle our current affordable housing unit shortage, and that both groups ought to have affordable housing opportunities now. So those are my 2 proposed amendments, and I'm going to go ahead and move that we adopt the minutes with those 2 proposed amendments. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, seconded by Commissioner Buchanan. Unless there's any further discussion, let's have a roll call vote.
Commissioner Kamner? Commissioner Flora?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson? Commissioner Hanson, we're having trouble hearing you. Can you do a thumb? Oh, there we go. Commissioner Hilton?
Yes.
Vice Chair Buchanan?
Yes.
Chair Soloff?
Yes. Okay, that completes item 2. We'll now move to item 3A, which is the housing element update. Housing element update draft concepts, part 1. Discussion and possible recommendations on draft concepts for the 6th cycle housing element update 2021 to 2029, including but not limited to 1, options for distribution of potential housing sites, 2, options for how to achieve capacity on sites with highest housing potential, with a focus on tools to support affordable housing, and 3, updates to housing programs to address the housing needs of existing residents. So before we go into this item, I would like to discuss with my fellow commissioners how we would like to proceed. Planning staff is here tonight and they're prepared to make a presentation along the lines that they made to the Planning Commission and to the City Council, that we've all seen the slides and both the report and the slides in the materials for this meeting. Some of us, I know, have probably seen this already. I don't know how many other commissioners besides myself. If people feel that they would like the presentation, we're happy to go forward with that. It'll probably, based on experience in other circumstances, probably take a couple hours to go through. If people feel that they already have enough from what they've read, then we don't necessarily have to do that. So I just want to throw that out. But before we discuss anything else further, and that was something planning staff also mentioned that we should discuss, because they weren't certain how many of us had or hadn't seen these presentations already. The two other points I'd like to make is that one, whether we do it with a presentation or without, the pattern at the City Council and that we would adopt here as well is first to just ask questions. So while we have staff here, to get them to answer our informational questions, not to have debate or discussion about what we think ought to happen. When we complete that, that also would allow them to maybe go to sleep or go on with the rest of their lives. We could have a discussion. My strong recommendation is that since we are also having a meeting on April 15th, I would like to have an initial discussion tonight, but then I would like to discuss it again on the 15th and take votes on motions at that time. Been my experience on this commission in the past that things that are complex and important, that it promotes better decision making, that we hear about something, have an initial discussion, think about it, and come back together, and then try and reach resolution. And my sense in watching some other activities around the housing element suggests that that would be the best way. So that would certainly be my recommendation on that part. So with that, those comments, that's my views. I'd be curious what my fellow commissioners feel would be the best way to move forward tonight. And I see Commissioner Flora has his hand up.
Yes, thank you. I agree with Commissioner Soloff. I've read the materials. They are thorough. They are it's a lot of information, but I've read it. I've tried to digest it. I don't think we need to rehash. If all of you have done the same, I don't think we need to go through a full presentation. I didn't realize we were meeting again in 2 weeks. That's helpful to know, not because I didn't know that, but knowing that now, I agree with the second part, which is recommendations now, motions and voting in 2 weeks. So yes, I agree wholeheartedly with Commissioner Soloff on both aspects of what he discussed.
Commissioner Hanson? You're apparently still muted. I see the mute thing symbol went off, but for some reason we're not hearing you. Is your volume turned down possibly on your computer? We're waiting. Okay, is there another commissioner who'd like to speak while Commissioner Hanson is trying to solve his technical difficulties? Commissioner Kamner.
I'm okay with not doing the presentation.
Okay. Commissioner Hanson, or you want to try again, or are you still working on your technical issues? Unfortunately, I'm seeing your lips move, but I'm not hearing you. So you can keep working on that. Commissioner Hilton, do you have a view on how you'd like to proceed tonight?
I've attended a lot of housing element meetings, and I've heard staff descriptions, also development and nonprofit input. So for me, we can go right to questions for staff and later our input.
Okay. Vice Chair Buchanan, do you have a view on how we should proceed tonight?
I don't think that we need a full presentation.
Okay. Commissioner Hanson, let's try one more time to see if we can hear you. May I ask staff, is it possible for Commissioner Hanson to, while he can remain on the video, is there a way he can call in so he can, speak to us? I know on some platforms that I use, it's an option to just dial in, even though it is a video conference.
Yes, there is. Let me.
He could use the public comment number and.
Yeah, and we're chatting with him to try to get this live, but he can go ahead and use. If you call in as an attendee, I should be able to promote you. Or you should at least. Sorry. Let me give you the presenter number. I'll chat it to you. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. Well, with that, it sounds like then that we do not need planning staff to give a full presentation tonight. And we could go right to questions unless there's anything that planning staff would like to say before we move to that portion of the meeting.
On that, as Jim, I would just like to introduce the amazing Jing Yao and her fabulous Housing Element team. They're all here. They have been doing these presentations for several weeks, and so and they are glad to be here and get any input and questions they have. So, Jing.
Thank you for that very kind introduction.
One thing.
Before we get started, this is Chair Hamilton. I was having technical difficulties and I could hear and see everybody from the beginning of this meeting, so I couldn't speak or you couldn't hear me. So, I'm here. I apologize for coming in late.
No problem. Commissioner Hamilton, are you comfortable with the plan we have for how we're going to proceed this evening?
I am.
Okay, great.
Cheers.
Okay, Ms. Yao.
Chair Soloff, I did also want to point out we have 2 people who registered to public comment on this item, so I don't know when you would like to take their public comments, but they are on the meeting and can speak whenever you're ready for public comment.
Well, maybe we ought to do what the city council did the other night, which was to give people the option if they would like to make their comments before the commissioners ask their questions of staff. We'll hear them now. If they'd like to wait until after we've asked our questions of staff, they can do that. So it's their option. So are you able to chat them or something to find out which they'd prefer?
Sure.
Okay, but while we're waiting for that, I think Ms. Yao can introduce who's here with her tonight.
Good evening, Chair and the Housing Commission. Again, thank you for allowing us to be here with you tonight. I'm glad to hear you didn't want to sit through an hour and a half the presentation, and we provided those materials in advance for you. Before we get started, just obviously I'm here tonight and just introducing the team. Rachel Kwok, who's our environmental planner and housing element project manager. We have Steve Mizukami. And Carrie Fukui, Ross Furman, and Heidi Von Tongen from the City Attorney's Office, who has been advising us throughout this process. So we are all available for any of your questions tonight. Oh, excuse me, and George Cardona, the City Attorney, is actually on the call as well. Sorry, I didn't see him on the list. So we're happy to answer your questions tonight. Before we start, I did think maybe it would be helpful for us just to show you one slide, which is the summary of the council direction. You may not have made it till 2 o'clock in the morning on Tuesday evening. So if we could just provide that for you, that may be helpful in framing your discussion. So if I could have Ross just queue up slide number 7 on that, we can walk you through. So there it is. So from their council met on Tuesday, March 30th, received the full presentation and gave direction, voted to give this direction with respect to the housing element draft concepts. So you can see here that there are 8 points to it. Council directed the completion of a compliant housing element that addresses historic discrimination and satisfies affirmatively furthering fair housing requirements. They prioritize 100% affordable housing on city-owned land with consideration for use by artists or as open space. They indicated that they had a preference for option B being the dispersed housing option for distribution of potential housing sites, with consideration of zoning changes necessary to incentivize housing relative to commercial development. They indicated support for the 100% affordable housing overlay, so that concept, with the exception of environmental justice and previously redlined zones. And we have a map of what that looks like if you're interested in that during the course of your discussion. They indicated that direct staff to explore diverse opportunities for affordable homeownership and transition from renters to owners by residents. So that was a conversation that happened at council with respect to encouraging and looking for opportunities for homeownership for our existing residents. Supported exploring ADUs, ADU incentives in the R1 zoned areas, so our single family zoned areas, including potential for deed restricted ADUs. So that's consistent with strategy number 4 in the report, and options to densify areas that historically excluded diverse populations and affordable housing, to increase equitable and affordable housing access, including but not limited to voluntary lot splits and duplexes with affordability covenants. And that particular direction was in response to issues of equity, and how we proceed in providing equitable housing access, and then finally to promote diversity and inclusion in every neighborhood in Santa Monica. So we wanted to just provide you that summary of the council's direction that they voted on. Again, you can stop sharing the screen now, Ross, and we are certainly happy to answer your questions.
Great, thank you. Which commissioner would like to begin?
Chair Stoloff, I checked with the
Oh,
members of the public. One is via phone, so I'm going to unmute her and ask, and then the other member of the public would like to make their comment now, if that's okay with you.
okay, great. So then let's do public comment, certainly with the person who'd like to do it now, and then let's find out about the second.
Okay, great. Nina Fresco, I'm going to unmute you, and you should have the option of turning on your video if you'd like, but you don't need to. Go ahead and start your public comment.
Hi, everybody. I asked Ross to show you a map that I created for the Planning Commission. There it is, so you don't need to see my face. So I'm going to repeat a presentation that I kind of gave off the cuff for the Planning Commission, and then somebody suggested I repeat it for the City Council, and that I also bring it to you guys. It's based on research I've been doing over the past year, and if you have further questions, by all means ask, because I'm going to talk fast and cover a lot of ground. So ending racism is not just about ending hate. To end racism, we have to recognize when we're perpetuating discriminatory practices and stop. Santa Monica has only been progressive since the 1970s, but historically it's been a pretty racist place. The city used protection, which is a synonym for segregation policies, as a guiding principle for zoning in its early days. And the city also blocked economic opportunity for people of color. And as a result of these policies, the city stayed 96% white well into the 20th century, as late as the 1940s. Until the 1950s, or even a little later, non-white people never lived north of Santa Monica Boulevard or south of Pico Boulevard. And most of that was in a small single cluster between 14th Street and Stewart Avenue. You can see on the map there were a few small, tiny areas where there were people of color, but it was mostly in that one blue zone on the map, outlined in blue, that is. They shared their neighborhood with clay pits, railroads, garbage dumps, trash incinerators, the cemetery, trailer parks, noxious and noxious industrial uses, and the freeway. The city of Berkeley was the first U.S. city to adopt a zoning ordinance, and that was in 1916, and they established the first protective policies in law. They used a consultant named Charles H. Chaney, who was considered the father of city planning in California at the time. And when he finished with Berkeley, he made his rounds and he arrived in Santa Monica to help us with our zoning ordinance in 1920. They were still talking, just like today. It took a really long time to develop a plan and go to all the groups that needed to be consulted. In 1922, a group of powerful racist white men established a group called the Santa Monica Protective League and showed up at City Council and said, you've got to hurry up and adopt this zoning ordinance right away. You've got your zones defined. I know you don't have a map, but we got to do it. We got to do it now. So they quickly designated everything north of Montana and everything on the beachfront as R1 and passed the ordinance. And the reason they did it was to create a legal foundation for denying a building permit for an African-American bathhouse. That was the emergency. So Chaney went back to his discussions in the city and developing the ordinance, and in the newspapers it was reported that they discussed race zoning and that people really wanted it, and Chaney agreed it was a good idea, but noted it was risky because, of course, it was unconstitutional. And also there were a bunch of high-powered African-American attorneys who were watching the city pretty closely after the bathhouse fiasco. So the league after that moved on to ask City Council to prohibit dancing anywhere in the city where a person of color had a chance of opening a business. And the reason they did that was it would effectively shut down a new, very successful African-American jazz club that had opened in the Belmar Triangle. Then the league continued its rounds, showing up at the Santa Monica Realtors Association, where they got hearty agreement that they wouldn't sell any property in Santa Monica to people of color, and that all deeds henceforward would have Caucasian covenants in them. And while all that was going on, the city finished its zoning map and adopted its first complete ordinance in August 1922, and that is how our zoning ordinance began. So that was the basis and the climate of zoning in Santa Monica. So fast forward 10 years, the country has been through the Great Depression, and the government is looking at ways to incentivize home starts and building and kickstart the economy. An agency called the Homeowners Loan Corporation, HOLC, began creating color-coded maps of every place in the entire United States. The maps evaluate loan risk, putting everything in the country into one of 4 zones, red being the greatest risk, then yellow, blue, and green the least risk. The maps were created.
You've reached your 5-minute limit. If you could wrap up your thought. Thank you. You can go ahead and finish your thought.
My thought?
the sentence you were on.
Okay.
Hang on a second, Nina. So, we only have 2 people asking to speak tonight. We're not having the presentation. With the permission of my fellow commissioners, I'd like to extend Nina's time another 5 minutes to allow her to finish up her presentation. Is there any objection to that?
No.
Okay, so go ahead, Nina. You have another 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. So the maps for Santa Monica were created between 1933 and 1935. All the maps were. And 2 areas in Santa Monica you can see on the map were marked red. That was because, primarily because these areas had subversive racial elements. That's what the HOLC called them. And in particular, they listed Black, Mexican, Japanese, and Italian people. You'll see there's some other areas in red explained on the map. Those were the oldest areas of development that remained in the city and were still residential. The whole rest of the city was not redlined, as the HOLC stated. was because they all had Caucasian covenants in their deeds. Every single part that you see there did. And many of those deeds, particularly the areas in blue, also had costly development requirements. You couldn't build a home for less than $5,000 or whatever it was in 1933. They also have very high rates of owner occupation. So where the red zones had 10 to 20%, the other zones had increasingly higher owner occupation rates, up to 90% in the green zone, which was only La Mesa Drive in Santa Monica. That was the only green zone. So the New Deal also started an agency called the Federal Housing Authority, and that organization, which still exists today, would federally insure mortgages. And these were a new special kind of mortgage that was invented at the time, again, to kickstart home building. And they were 30-year amortized loans, and that made, over that long period of time, the cost of buying a new home pretty much equivalent to the cost of renting one. So that meant that every white person in America who could rent a home could own a home. And it only applied to white people because those loan decisions were guided by those HOLC maps that didn't encourage loans in areas where people of color lived. So there are a number of legacies of the FHA and the HOLC and of protective zoning that impact attitudes today. So it's not necessarily about racism, but it does really, they're very reflected in the way we think about things, or the way many people think about things. So for one thing, renters are often thought to harm property values. So people in R1 neighborhoods are uncomfortable with the idea of adding multi-units to their home because for generations, Americans have been trained to think that owner occupation will protect their property. And the words are protect your property value, but we know what it also protects them from. Another legacy is that R1 was protected from commercial uses. And this was because it prevented working class people or people of color from entering the district for jobs or to transact business. Government required the race restrictions in the deeds in order to get those loans insured. And those deed restrictions were enforceable until 1948. But realtors still wouldn't sell to people of color in most of those neighborhoods for quite a while after that, decades. And that maintained segregation and limited opportunity for people of color. The FHA also had very strict building standards. So people who got FHA loans would often use model home plans, which would expedite their approval. And that made those FHA suburbs, like Sunset Park, for example, very architecturally uniform, as well as racially uniform, make it really hard for anyone who had any difference to fit in. It also created a really strong bias against the adaptability of older construction, that you have to tear it down and put something new up, and that new was good, but really new was good because it helped get us out of the Depression. The FHA, most importantly, or tragically, incentivized white flight from those mixed race neighborhoods. The Pico neighborhood started out as a working class neighborhood near the clay pits, where people who worked in the clay pits could be near their jobs. But once the FHA kicked in, all the white people who were renting in that neighborhood could buy a home, and why wouldn't they? And they left. And so by the 1950 census, a little over 10 years later, the Pico neighborhood was 94% non-white. And the rest of the city, or the city as a whole, I should say, was 94% white. So that 6% lived in that one neighborhood by 1950. So in those regards, protection continues. It's not necessarily about race in Santa Monica anymore. But today it's about protecting the status quo to a degree that can stifle inclusion, opportunity, and innovative planning approaches. These days, with what's going on in the state, it can put the our city control of how our neighborhoods will evolve at risk. and it perpetuates the tools of racism and keeps them dangerously at hand. So these ideas protect R1 in particular from being part of the solutions that all of Santa Monica should be working on together. And these ideas are hard for a lot of people in the city to hear and to accept and to understand. And I just want to encourage people who are listening to this to do their own research and really read about this and not take my word for it, because it's really important to understand this, each person for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're muted, Michael.
Chair Soloff, we can't hear you.
I was saying, I hope we didn't lose Nina, because I wanted to ask her some questions, and I thought some of our fellow commissioners might want to too. Is she still there?
I'm still here.
Okay, good. So, but before I go, are there other commissioners who have any questions for Ms. Fresco? Commissioner Fresco, I should say. Okay, Commissioner Flora.
Oh, you want me to go first? Commissioner Fresco, thank you so much for that passionate and very revealing presentation. I think we're all learning a little bit more about our city during this great awakening period in our country. We've been presented tonight, as you know, and as you've seen, with basically 4 key strategies. There's several recommendations, several ways to go on housing. Is there any one in particular, or is it just the all of the above approach with the strategies that would best unravel our shameful history that you've described? Any one in particular, or again, is it more of an all and above of these 4 strategies, maybe plus whatever other ideas you might have?
Well, I look at it in a way, you can't unravel what we did. This is how our city was built, and now our city is built this way. And we have the neighborhoods that we have, and that's what we have to work with. So what we're really focusing on is creating opportunities for all kinds of people that didn't exist before, and giving different kinds of neighborhoods and different kinds of groupings of people from different socioeconomic classes and so forth to find each other and create new communities. So it would definitely cause a shift. I mean, I've read a lot about segregated communities, and we hear it a lot from the Pico neighborhood that on one hand, they want to improve. The people who live there are asking for city services and so forth. But the people who live there are also members of a community who love their community and love to be together and want to be able to stay together. So the way I see it is we have to find ways to create opportunities for new sub-communities and clusters like that to develop in the city. Does that answer your question?
Well, it's a great answer, but it doesn't entirely answer my question. Again, we've been given a very substantive and impressive staff report along with the PowerPoint presentation. And again, there have been like 4 strategies proposed. Would you say there's any one of them that best, and I'll rephrase, creates these new communities, or is it best as an all of the above approach? If you're not familiar with the staff report, I won't fault you that, but I think as a commissioner in other areas, you might be.
I admit that I did not refresh myself on the staff report before joining this meeting, but I can tell you what aspects of our recommendations I felt particularly passionately about based on these topics. I mean, the Planning Commission made a lot of recommendations that were part of your packet, and I supported them wholeheartedly. And in particular, I was really interested in seeing a robust affordable housing overlay for the city that would help incentivize or basically make it so that it would be affordable or possible for an affordable housing provider to bring housing to new parts of the city. And even in our R1 neighborhoods already, we have cross streets like 14th Street and 11th Street that go all the way across the city that are R2, even within north of Montana. And so those are areas of opportunity that already exist that we could help incentivize more economic diversity in.
How do you feel about publicly city-owned land as 100% affordable?
I think it's an opportunity to give affordable housing providers who are having such a difficult time financially these days to have access to land that they couldn't otherwise afford. So, yeah.
Great. Okay, thank you.
And any other commissioners before I ask my questions? Commissioner Kamner.
Thank you so much, Planning Commissioner Fresco, for that really powerful presentation. I think that's really important information that you are presenting to us. My question is, do you think that it is sufficient to address that history with an ADU strategy, duplexes, and lot split strategy in the R1 neighborhoods?
In terms of ADUs, I have expressed at many planning commission meetings that while they are a great opportunity that people are very comfortable with for creating housing opportunities and increasing units in those neighborhoods, but there's no guarantee that those ADUs that are being built aren't going to be rec rooms and guest houses either. And so I'm uncomfortable with that personally. I just feel like it's not something we can rely on. But as some of you may know, I also come from a very strong historic preservation background, and the idea of neighborhood character is really important to me. So I don't have a problem with the idea of creating more units on a parcel, but I do have a strong feeling about neighborhood character. And I also think that thinking this through in a way that will preserve neighborhood character, but allow the construction of units that we can see are actually housing new people and so forth would be a way to solve it in a more reliable way than ADUs alone.
Thank you. I guess I'm curious. I mean, I'm curious what your thoughts on like reconciling neighborhood character when that neighborhood character has elements rooted in, segregation and racism, with their need to provide the housing. I don't know if you have thoughts about, it maybe, do you think there might be a change in neighborhood character that's necessary in sort of like a, an aesthetic way, maybe?
Well, that gets into a big national discussion about, do we erase every trace of visible racism or anything in America that racism ever touched? Or do we accept that this is our racist past and remember it so that we don't do it again? I mean, I just had a Seder yesterday where we go through the story every year and we remember a terrible story and we use that memory to work towards redemption. And anyway, sorry. But so I don't think that we should think it's so evil and it's so bad that we need to erase it. There were people who lived under these times, and some of them, like Carl Shader and Robert Gillis, were the crusaders of the Santa Monica Protective League, and they created a lot of neighborhoods in Santa Monica, and they were terrible men, but there were people who lived in those neighborhoods who were just going along with their time, who did other things in those neighborhoods that are significant and important. And there are good things about Santa Monica from that time too that also happened there. So erasing it seems like we're harming ourselves pretty severely.
Right. I don't think I'm suggesting erasing it. Maybe just like gently changing it to accommodate more people.
Right. Well, that's why I was saying the way it's zoned and the way the standards are and the way the character of the neighborhood is acknowledged is really, really important in how you do it.
Do you, my last question is, do you think 6 to 8 unit buildings could be consistent with the neighborhood character in the R1 neighborhoods?
Certainly on some of those large lots. I mean, there's some really big houses out there, and these days they're building ADUs that don't go towards lot coverage. So I think that they could fit with the general standards that we have now, and you could probably still get that many units.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Any other commissioners with questions? Commissioner Buchanan?
So I understand, the desire of people who live in various neighborhoods to preserve the character of their neighborhood. I know that has been a big issue in the Pico neighborhood. But when the character of the neighborhood is actually based on segregation and other things, and I mean, isn't there going to be a massive education effort needed or outreach effort just to get people in some of these neighborhoods to understand what's happened and what's needed and how making certain changes is not going to negatively impact them? Because from what I see, you talk to someone, not everyone, but you talk to some people who live north of Montana or in Sunset Park, and suggesting multifamily units is tantamount to sacrilege. I mean, they get it's some of the things that have been said in response to me are really, I was taken aback by the vehemency behind it.
Yeah, well, I think that's why we have to go very carefully, because I mean, we're all appointed city officials. I'm here not as a planning commissioner. I wasn't sent here by the planning commissioner by the planning commission. I'm here as myself, but we all are responsible for trying to come up with ideas to make our city better, but we're also responsible to the people who live here. So we can't force this down their throats. If they are completely against it, it's not going to work out. It's going to backfire, and we have to go slow. So while I think that you could, I don't know about 8 units, but maybe 6 units, I don't know, Ross will do the math for us and let us know at some point. But however many units you could fit in the R1 neighborhood without damaging the character is not necessarily where we should jump to today. And so that's why I was going more towards maybe expanding, adding a few more cross streets that are the more trafficked streets and making them R2, and maybe making a much stronger affordable housing overlay. And we can't do it all today. We have to do this in increments, and we have to do a big public education program. For me, I always knew Santa Monica had a racist past, but this summer, or over COVID, I'm sorry if I'm going on too long, but over COVID, I did a study of census records for the city of Santa Monica from our earliest census in 1880 until 1930. And I mapped every single person, family of color on those census records on a large map. That's these papers you see behind me here. And was floored by what I saw. And doing that myself and going through that exercise personally changed my whole attitude about how we have to handle this. And so while on one hand I see it's imperative, on the other hand, people have to come to their own realization about it in order for it to be successful.
Commissioner Buchanan, another question?
Yes. So, I mean, don't you think that when people talk about the character of the neighborhood, talking about the structures, the building, is really kind of a smokescreen for the real reason that they don't want, multifamily units. I mean, that, they say it'll lower their property values, but, there's also just this idea that renters are somehow misfits. Yes, that's a good way to describe it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I have lots, I've lived here for 20 odd years. I have lots of friends on all levels of the Santa Monica political spectrum, and there are wonderful, progressive, liberal, non-racist people who really don't want R1 changed. So I can't say, that's why that's really what I was saying when I say that we're perpetuating the tools of racism in a way that keeps them dangerously at hand. So we have to just really remember why we have to learn why we think a certain way about things. The whole idea of the American dream of the little white house with the picket fence, that's exclusion. It's like a diagram of exclusion. So, but, you have to be willing to go pretty far in order to accept that. And not all people are. People accept different things. So, I don't know.
Any other commissioners? Okay, Nina, I have a couple. Oh, sorry. Commissioner Hanson, go ahead. Still can't hear you.
Let me try unmuting your phone. Would that work?
Okay. Check.
Okay.
Now we can hear you.
Yeah, you got me? Oh, cool. So sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I went through the whole little gear thing, and yeah, nothing worked there, but glad it's working now. Thank you so much, Commissioner Fresco, for the presentation. I think that was a really important lesson. I think, I'm sharing, I think, the issue that Vice Chair Buchanan was raising in that, like, when I think about community character, like, what matters to me is the people and the diversity. And I can understand aesthetics to some extent, but I was just wondering if you have any good examples of cities that have dramatically increased density, but allowed for certain, like, style elements to continue, so that aesthetic elements can continue, but more people can have access, and we can actually undo this continued legacy of racism, because that is what I think is so troubling. It's not just addressing the historic racism, but addressing the kind of continued segregation of our existing zoning.
Right. Well, first of all, community character does stem from the physical realities of a neighborhood. And of course, you're talking about a historic preservationist who spends a lot of time defining character, defining features of neighborhoods, and telling people that a historic neighborhood with its character-defining features preserved, can be adaptively reused in a variety of ways, expanded and morphed to meet modern needs. So I really don't agree. I mean, Carl, you and I have had this conversation a million times over the years, that we don't need to level things in order to change the way we do things. And I mean, yes, even though in our original zoning ordinance, we only had 4 zones, residential, single family, multifamily, commercial, and industrial. But within the single family zones, there were 4 subsets, and those 4 subsets were defined by the setback from the street. And so the way a neighborhood looks also really helps ultimately define the character of it. I mean, in the South Beach tract even, where they have all those little houses that are eave to eave, that was a deed restricted characteristic. They had to have 18-inch setbacks on the sides, 10-foot setbacks in the front, and a front porch that was all the way across that open on the sides. So that created a very particular kind of neighborhood where they almost immediately had social clubs. And to this day, that each block in that neighborhood has a close group of people who have potlucks and so forth. And that community character is really born of the physical character of the district. So I really believe that we can adapt and change and morph these neighborhoods to meet these needs and to create opportunities for new kinds of communities while respecting the historic physical characteristics of the neighborhood. Plus, we'd lose a lot of trees.
Thank you.
Well, either Commissioner Hilton or Commissioner Hamilton, any questions for Nina?
Hi, Nina.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Yeah, I don't have any questions. I really appreciate your presentation. It was really, for me, very illuminating. I think particularly.
Well, we can discuss it later. That this is sort of question time, and we do have a lot of staff here waiting. So, Commissioner Hilton, do you have any questions?
No.
Okay. So I have a couple of questions just going back to it. So Nina, have you done anything yet to map the actual demographics of Santa Monica onto these different areas?
I don't understand what you mean.
I mean, today, what demographics of people live in these different areas? It's just either you've done it or not. I'm just curious.
No, I only do research up to World War II.
Okay. The reason I ask, for example, in looking at the affirmatively furthering fair housing report, it indicates that the Ocean Park area is very white right now, but it looks like, am I correct that it's a historically redlined area according to your map? Right.
It was actually the most diverse area in Santa Monica for most of its history.
Okay. We'll be discussing this later. I have some questions about the decision to exclude simply because something was redlined historically from the affordable housing overlay, and I want to have the data to decide whether that is a policy that I support or not. So, okay. Thank you very much. It was a great presentation. Thank you for answering all our questions. We didn't mean to put you on the spot, but you're very articulate, passionate. We appreciate it.
Can I just suggest you guys all read this book? Everyone in the whole city should read this book. Can I just say? Okay, see ya.
Thanks, Nina.
Bye.
And so, Ms. Espinoza, there was one other person who wanted to do public comment. Can we find out if that person would like to go now or later?
Yes, Denise Barton, I'm going to unmute you. Would you like to do your public comment now?
Yes, now.
Okay, you can go ahead and begin.
Okay, good evening. Let's begin Since a lot of tonight's information is the same as last Tuesday's, let's start there. Where it would appear that you are creating affordable housing specifically for city workers, saying it's critical to curbing greenhouse gas emissions, but didn't the city remove the transportation demand management program for city employees and businesses with less than 50 people due to the pandemic? Next, I have to question why you think public transportation will increase by 10% immediately post-pandemic. Then, it said 14% desired home ownership, which is not a program or service offered by the Housing Authority to Section 8 tenants, even though it could be with HUD assistance. Next, why do you think you can change AHPP requirements where off-site locations for affordable housing is supposed to be relatively close to the market rate project to avoid inadequate distribution of affordable housing throughout the city? So why is North of Montana not included, considering your desire to eliminate R1 zoning? Then, can you take away a person's right to profitability from their sale of their property with a new ordinance requiring that the sale of the property and all sales of the property in the city must allow non-profit affordable housing development to submit right of first offer? Then, the goals I have to take issue with number 5 due to the wording of being based on reasonable accommodation for seniors and the disabled, not working families. And in the 6th goal, wouldn't your changes to sexual preference and promotion of racial equality violate those anti-discrimination goals you're trying to promote? And isn't HUD low-income housing based on your income level? To further make this point, Santa Monica, the reason 120% AMI moderate income housing funding, there is no source for it, is because it's not allowed by the HUD for affordable housing funding. In addition to those comments, I have to ask why you seem to be putting so much emphasis on race for the city's affordable housing in Section 8 program. Doesn't that violate HUD's anti-discrimination statement, which includes race as a class for deciding who the city's affordable housing goes to? I also have to ask why the city staff and commissioners continue to hold the residents of today in the city responsible for what people in 100 years ago did, when society norms and standards were much different than they are today. Finally, I have to take issue with the city's claim housing support services. First, because it seems as though the disabled have been omitted from them, as well as the city services for tenant-landlord problems are inexistent. If you put in writing things to the Housing Authority, due to there being no response from the Housing Authority, resulting in affordable housing Section 8 tenants being abused and not getting reasonable accommodation for their disabilities, basic discrimination. And legal aid is paid by the city, and that's who they represent, not the tenants in need of real assistance, showing that they're there to protect the city's funding. As well as the same situation exists with the city's crisis management employee who's a part-time ADA person who also doesn't take action to prevent also takes action to preserve the city's funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Espinoza, do we have anybody else from the public?
No, those were the registered commenters.
Okay, great. So then now let's turn to commissioner questions for the staff. So who would like to go first? Commissioner Kamner.
My first question is about the City of Santa Monica's Prop I. The Prop I limits the amount of money that we can spend yearly to build affordable housing. Isn't that correct?
I should probably handle that question. That's more of a housing division question. Proposition I is the city's local authority in relation to California Constitution Article 34. So as I think a lot of commissioners, maybe all the commissioners know, that Article 34 in California was put in place in the 50s that said for a city, other entities, if you're going to participate in what's called low rent housing, you had to get the approval of the voters. So the Santa Monica voters there was a proposition in the early 90s, and the authority under that ran out. And so Proposition I gives the authority to Santa Monica to fund low rent housing to the tune of equal to 0.5% of the number of cities units annually. And so it's not a dollar figure limit. It's at least the way Santa Monica put in place was a number of units limit.
And if I recall from the pre-pandemic reports, it's like it comes out to about 200 units a year. Is that right?
250-ish, moving toward 260, because it's based on a total number of units in the city, which does rise every year. And then it has a 3-year rollover. So the practical effect is it could be as many as 1,000 units a year if that rollover authority is still there. That makes sense. So 250 the first year. If only the city only participates in 50, then the second year would be the 200 rollover from the first year and another 250 for the new year, so 450. And it's been with the 3-year rollover, we've basically had in the $900 to $1,000 unit authority for the past several years. And the only way that would be reduced is if in a particular year the city's able to make loan commitments to the tune of 200 or 300 units.
So the reason I'm asking about this is I'm just wondering, even if he somehow raised more money to build the affordable housing required in the RHNA, or we even received it from the state or the federal government, we would still not be able under Prop I to build enough affordable housing to meet RHNA targets.
My understanding is that's been, it's been an issue raised by the Housing Commission, and the, one assumption is for us to be able to fund more than 1,000 units a year at our typical subsidy over the $300,000 range is we would never get to that amount of money. But there's also been another line of discussion along the lines that the California state legislature is not maybe considering, or somebody considering putting that kind of Article 34 question on the state ballot again. And so it could be that part of the Constitution is just removed. But yes, you are correct, Commissioner Kamner, that if the city gets in a position where it could fund the number of units that would exceed the Prop I authority, then we would have to look at other strategies so that does not become a barrier.
Right. And to meet, and if we were going to use public subsidies to meet our RHNA obligations, that would exceed the Prop I authority.
I'm sorry, if you could just say that. I didn't quite hear a little louder, if it's possible. I'm going to turn up my volume.
If we were
Thank you.
So if we were going to use public funds to meet our RHNA affordable housing requirements, which are, remind me the number, it's like 6,000 subsidized units, that would definitely exceed the Prop I limitations.
Correct. The trigger that, as we've been using according to our authority, as we understand it, is when the city makes a funding commitment. There are some other strategies that have been considered in the past that we looked at prior to obtaining the local voter approval for Prop I, when what was called the original proposition was Prop N that ran out. And I don't know if it benefit the discussion here, but just to say there's some other strategies that we were looking at in consultation with the city attorney's office that, I guess I would say doesn't completely limit us, doesn't completely shut the door on that possibility.
Okay. So, I mean, it sounds like there might be other options that the city's exploring, but nothing very definitive about this problem. Is that correct?
I guess I would say you are correct that Proposition I is a limitation if the city gets in a position where it's able to commit funding to much more units than we've ever funded historically. I think that's the most accurate thing to say at this point. Because I think the issue, I'll give you one more, the issue comes into play, I believe, the city funding in and of itself may not trigger, it's the fact that we're putting a covenant on the property, but there is also there is a land use covenant that has nothing to do with the city funding. And so there has also been some, as if I recall from years ago when we were looking at this potential cliff or wall we were hitting that maybe we restrict 49% and a lot of things without, again, sidetracking too far up in the conversation. It could potentially be an issue if we get into that position. Yeah.
And then if the legislature were to repeal Prop 34, or, Prop 34 was repealed, we would still have to do a ballot measure to repeal Prop I.
That I'm not sure about. I would want to consult with the city attorney's office and look into the question about whether if Article 34 state constitution was eliminated, does that essentially mean our Prop I is unnecessary and kind of it gets eliminated with it, or is somehow is it a remaining barrier? If that's what you're asking, we would want to look into that.
Okay, are these Prop I constraints going to be in the city's housing element?
Jing, do you want to comment, or
are you asking about Prop I or in totality, or I mean, I think as Jim explained, I haven't looked at it in detail myself, but it sounds like it's a funding issue, and what we have heard discussed, at least in terms of council direction thus far, has been with respect to city-owned land, and there's at this moment in time there isn't enough city funding to for all of the affordable units in the RHNA. So I suppose one might view it that way if we got to a point where it might approach that limit. I'm not sure that, like, historically the city has ever funded 1,000 units in a year.
Right.
So it's sort of maybe in theory, but I'm not sure it's in reality something that might be a limiting factor, practically speaking, if we would have to look at it a little bit closer as the relationship of that and the RHNA.
I just asked because at the city council meeting the other night, there was a discussion and a line of questioning about the use of public land and whether the public land has the capacity for the affordable housing, and then, but, sort of given that there is the funding problem. But it seems like even beyond the funding problem, there's this other limitation, which is Prop I. So it's even if we had the funding and we had the capacity on the public land, Prop I would still prevent us from meeting our affordable RHNA target.
I see George is.
George,
do you want to
I'll pop in quickly? And I understand what you're saying, and obviously in the housing element we have to identify hurdles to achieving the goals. And so to the extent an analysis shows that Prop I would serve as a hurdle, we would have to discuss that in the housing element, depending on what the proposal in the housing element is for how we're going to meet our affordable housing requirement. So after all the analysis is done, if that is a hurdle, then it would have to be something that would be discussed in the housing.
Is there also going to be a quantified objectives analysis in the housing element?
Yes, there will be. We're required to, basically demonstrate how, what the constraints on producing the housing is. So it's something that's required.
Okay, and is the Prop I constraint going to be in the quantified objectives analysis also?
I think as George, like we haven't done this analysis yet, so I think I appreciate the question you're asking in theory, but I don't know, it just kind of depends on what the approach ends up being. So we would have to look at it further.
Okay. So my next question is, how is the city calculating the realistic capacity of sites?
So, I mean, in terms of the discussion, so at this conceptual stage, we are not asking sort of for input on, how realistic capacity is calculated or a site-by-site analysis, of what to include in the inventory. The city has to have a certified element that accommodates the RHNA, and the method of how we get there is, still work to come. That will come back to it, and it will be compliant, with what HCD deems is appropriate, because ultimately it's not us that decides, it's HCD that has to review it and approve it and certify the housing element. So I think what would be helpful in terms of the discussion is really, feedback on the concepts, and we provided the direction that council provided to staff. But we're really asking sort of these conceptual questions in terms of, where should housing sites be focused, and, feedback on the strategy. But those details in how we do it, obviously that is set out, in housing element law, and, we will be compliant with, what HCD deems is appropriate and correct to do that.
Okay. When would be the right time to start asking about the realistic capacity analysis and the ADU forecasting?
So we will return with a draft housing element in June, that will have the table and, all of that included in it. And, it'll be at that point that, it demonstrates the draft table, the projections and the like, for the suitable sites inventory. At this moment, the preliminary analysis is just that. It's preliminary at this juncture, at this concept stage, a rough calculation just to show for reference where we're at. I wouldn't, I think we are encouraging all the bodies that we're going to that, the details on how we calculate that, we are not at that level of detail. And again, everyone may have an opinion as to how we get there or how you do it and the details how you do it, but ultimately the agency that reviews is HCD.
Okay. So I will just save my realistic capacity and ADU forecasting questions for later. So I'm just going to skip them. How is the city planning to address the fact that the inclusionary program that's been proposed has been found to be infeasible everywhere outside of the downtown?
So the preliminary results from the HRNA study, have compare different inclusionary levels at relative to existing standards. So, we are asked that's part of the strategy here is the first strategy to maximize inclusionary housing, and that is within the context of integrating the updates to state density bonus law into the city's land use system, and then maximizing the amount of inclusionary that's relative to that bonus. So that's the proposal, that's the concept, that is being put out there, at the moment. So, we recognize, based on the preliminary analysis from the HRNA studies, and recognizing these are again preliminary results. They can certainly change, based on direction. I think if you're asking us, I think we're asking the question. This is information, and if you have thoughts or opinions about that, again, this would be the time to share, your feedback on the concepts that are being put forth.
With a properly calibrated inclusionary program, does Santa Monica have the space and development demand to theoretically meet all of the affordable housing RHNA targets?
I don't know that I'm not sure what you mean by that. You mean like do we have the space for, that's sort of, you can make it, you can make space, I think it just depends on the limits. This is sort of, that's a very kind of academic question. I'm not sure what,
I know. I know. I'm sure
because it's not like you can, there's obviously a lot of, there's parcels available. We've done our initial cut at applying filters and, what preliminary sites are. And I think the choices ahead, it's not about like whether we do or we don't. Like, again, we have to show that there's the zone capacity, for the RHNA. So however we demonstrate that, there's a variety of ways to get there. So there's a lot of sort of pieces, I think, to your question in terms of whether there's enough land or capacity or what have you. It's all based on policy decisions with respect to, how much capacity do you want to provide on sites, right? It's not just a function of only land area.
Right. So I think I'm just sort of wondering if we could theoretically make the capacity for enough units that with a feasible inclusionary program, we could meet all of the affordable housing RHNA targets, like if that's theoretically possible.
When you see meet the targets, planning for it, again, it's based on, determinations about capacity on each site, right? How much capacity does the city want to allow across the city in every zone? So in theory, certainly you could get there, but there's, different ways that you can demonstrate that capacity.
But theoretically, we could make the capacity here that would.
Well, it would require, it would require some degree of upzoning to be able to, have. If I think we included in the report though, if you relied solely, on just inclusionary requirements, even at a 20% clip, you're looking at planning for 30,000 housing units. That is a lot of units. That is well beyond, the exercise we're being asked to undertake here with respect to planning for the RHNA allocation.
But there's something other than political will that would prevent us from theoretically zoning for a 30,000 increase in capacity. Isn't that correct?
I don't think that the city has, certainly those are choices the city council could make. I will say that's not the direction, that was voted upon on Tuesday night.
Okay. The reason I'm asking about this is I'm wondering if this is going to be in the quantified objectives analysis.
Will what be in the quantified objectives analysis?
An analysis of whether the city has the ability to meet all of its affordable housing RHNA obligations by doing a very large scale inclusionary program like maybe 30,000 units.
Again, I think we have to demonstrate that we can accommodate the RHNA. There are a variety of tools available to show how that might be possible. And, we have to demonstrate that it's, possible to be able to produce that housing. So I'm not sure that, that will in fact be a constraint. We have to demonstrate that if we're going to have an inclusionary requirement, that, it's not an impediment to the production of housing.
The quantified objectives analysis requires the city to analyze all available resources that could be used to meet the affordable housing targets. Isn't that right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's a recognition within housing element law that there are constraints, non-governmental constraints or other constraints that might, be an impediment to housing. But again, I think what's important to note is that the quantified objective isn't the standard by which your housing element is judged. The city is still required to demonstrate that it can accommodate its RHNA allocation, and the quantified objective is not used for HCD's SB 35 determination either.
Okay.
I guess I'm trying to understand, is there a goal or an aim, with respect to the quantified objective that you have, or is there a response to the strategies? With respect to inclusionary housing?
Yeah, I'm trying to think what I should do during questioning, like if I need to save my comments for later. But my understanding is that if we do a quantified objectives analysis, that we're required to analyze all available resources, and that, we do have the available resources to do a large scale inclusionary program. So it is my opinion that it should be in there, but it's also legally required.
Okay.
For quantified objectives. So anyway, so that's my comment there on that. Regarding affirmatively furthering fair housing, are all of the city's fair housing assessments recommendations going to be in the housing element?
Or, I'm sorry, can you say that again? It cut out for just a short second there.
No worries. Will all of the City of Santa Monica's fair housing assessments recommendations be implemented in the housing element?
Yes, we actually reviewed all of the recommendations, so that actually informed the strategies and the concepts that are being presented.
Great. My next question is, how many units, well, actually, let me ask this a different way. How much would the R1 neighborhoods have to be upzoned if they were going to accommodate an inclusionary program in them that would be feasible?
This is sort of based on, given that our R1 lots are largely 7,500 square feet, not all of them are. There's a range of sizes throughout the city, but that sort of standard lot size. We have heard from a firm who does kind of that missing middle housing throughout the state, in terms of, whether an affordable, kind of a deed restricted affordable model would work within what's traditionally known as missing middle housing, really probably no more than 4 units on there. And it kind of pushes it out of that model is the response, that they got. They've sort of modeled it in different ways. So you're looking at, probably, I think they said about 6 to 7 units is what's needed to be able to sustain affordable housing. And, we see that pretty common with condo development, with six units and one affordable. We see that kind of model happening in R2 neighborhoods on 7,500 square foot lots. So, we know it's something that is being done and that works apparently. So that would be, based on the information we know. Yeah.
I also was told by the UCLA Lewis Center that it was probably 60 units. So that seems really similar.
Mm-hmm.
Is the city exploring including a mid-cycle review and adjustment in the housing element?
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't know that it's any different than what we usually do with adopted policy. It's an opportunity to review it if it's not working and, tweak it. So I would imagine there might be interest in that.
Okay. Also, my final question is, and I think I saw some of this in the report also, but what are sort of the general plans for addressing housing stability, like renter stability, during all of these housing production programs?
Sure. So with respect to housing stability, it's kind of on the latter portion of the staff report that lists out, all of the concepts and recommendations from the stability working group. And I might actually ask if Steve, since he's closer to that material, if he's able to maybe provide a rundown of those recommendations with respect to housing stability.
Sure, thanks, Jing. So for the housing stability section, it's kind of similar to the presentations in the staff report we've been providing. It's kind of broken down into both preservation programs that focus on rehabilitation and also to maintain kind of the extended use and livability of our aging residential buildings, and also housing assistance programs and services that focus on kind of providing the financial and the technical support to our seniors and families. So within those that kind of framework, the stability technical working group, for example, began to think about prioritizing certain issues that the housing element should be addressing as we move forward. So a lot of that is what we saw. A lot of the things that we heard from housing barriers had to deal with housing affordability and the challenges for obtaining housing, and then of course the needs for residents being financial assistance, continued tenant protection and assistance ranging from like legal counsel. So these programs are existing, and again, kind of going back to it, this is an update to the housing element. So we're evaluating our existing programs that we're moving forward, and through the technical working group, we're trying to establish what are the current needs, what are the things that should either get modified or revised to apply a little bit more focus moving forward to these programs, and what are some new concepts that we might take a look at to see what might be helpful. So in conjunction, at the same time, concurrent with the housing production, you have the stability that is looking to preserve our existing housing stock, but also making sure that we're keeping our existing residents in affordable housing units. So although the housing stability programs may not directly affect the RHNA, it is definitely a part of the housing element to address our existing residents.
All right, thank you so much for that information and for answering my questions. I really appreciate all this information. So I'm done with my questions for now.
Sorry, Vice Chair Buchanan.
You're muted.
You're muted.
This is maybe a general question regarding something specific that seems to me to be missing. The city council has said that homelessness is, or, dealing with homelessness, ending homelessness is a primary objective generally for the city over the course of the next 2 years at least. And I know in the work groups, in the sustainability work group, we discussed specifically including homelessness in the goals of the housing element. Reading through it, especially with respect to housing for people who are homeless, and reading through it, the only real mention that I see of the homeless is in one of the goals, which is early on in the report, the provision of housing assistance and supportive programs and services to very low, and moderate income households and households with special needs, working families, seniors, and the homeless. So that doesn't specifically address, it doesn't mention that there's a goal of providing homes for these individuals. It doesn't, it feels a little bit like an afterthought to me. And if we're going to be working to meet the RHNA and provide all of these units, I think that these people who are on our streets, who essentially, many of whom have lived here for quite some time, need to be included in those for which housing would be provided. I think we'd be remiss not to do that, or to provide workforce housing and leave these people without, housing or much housing. I think we just need to, I don't know, it feels like it's sort of an afterthought and not something that's going to be really focused on.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, and so I'm just
didn't mean to cut you off.
Wondering how to, I feel like that should be remedied somehow.
So actually it's in the existing conditions report, which is an attachment to the staff report. What we are required to assess the needs of, or housing needs of special needs populations, including persons experiencing homelessness. So there is that assessment, at least of existing conditions, is in that attachment to the report. Also, although it's not called out, individually, any sort of like permanent supportive housing or housing for people transitioning out of homelessness or what have you, like that is sort of wrapped up within the affordable housing overlay. So within strategy number 2, they would be afforded, all the same advantages. So it's not just for, what you might think of as conventional affordable housing or only for the workforce at all. It's really, all the kinds of housing projects that fall under that umbrella of affordable housing. So it's in terms of production of those units, it's within that strategy number 2.
So that I think then, I don't know, I think it should be spelled out a little clearer, but also I'm noticing reference to very low, and moderate income, but there's also extremely low, which needs to be factored in there as well.
Yeah, and that's a function of how the state allocates. The RHNA allocation doesn't include an extremely low income level. Obviously, it doesn't mean the city can't establish that own target of its own if it wanted to. Or, if you produce extremely low income units, it would count, towards the very low income level and anything above it. So it's just that's a function of the RHNA allocation. It's not because we're forgetting about it or ignoring it.
Okay. All right, well, I still think somehow there should be a greater emphasis on housing for our homeless folks, as opposed to just kind of grouping it with, special needs, seniors, all of that. Since that's the one group for which we really don't have a program currently. So that's just my opinion.
Does that complete your questions for this moment, Commissioner Vice Chair Buchanan?
Yes.
Okay. I see Commissioner Flora has his hand up, so why don't you go next?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two questions. First question is simply administrative, and the second one is policy. I guess maybe I was the last to learn we're meeting again in 2 weeks. What are we talking about in 2 weeks? Is it just more time to talk about all of this, or is something different happening?
That's a question for us. It has nothing to do with staff. We have a regular meeting in 2 weeks. So we're being.
Oh, that would have been in the normal times. That would have been our normally scheduled meeting, and city count or the cities are letting us have it.
Correct.
I
My
see.
point was simply that since we have this opportunity, assuming that after we do all our questions and whatever, people are still there, it gives us an opportunity. They can hear what individual commissioners have to say tonight, obviously, to the extent we discuss it, but it would give people an opportunity to think about what they've learned tonight from staff and from fellow commissioners before we try and do it. And we can make an agenda item to discuss whether there are any formal recommendations we as a housing commission want to make to staff and the city council with respect to the housing element.
Okay, but it still would be very housing element focused, obviously, since that's
that would be one of the agenda items. It's not going to be the only one, and we'll talk about that during the work plan portion of tonight's meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you. My policy question is, I want to ask about ADUs. I'm not against ADUs. We have an assemblyman who's like Mr. ADU. He's sort of become the legislature's ADU person. But per some of Commissioner Fresco's comments earlier, I know we can apparently deed restrict some ADUs, but how do we prevent ADUs, for example, from becoming a rec room or a home office? How do we make sure that they are residences that are adding to the housing stock? Is there a way to enforce or ensure that that happens?
I don't believe that we can require that they be rent. I mean, that they're rented. We have to permit them. As long as they meet our requirements under state law. But I'm not sure we can require that they be used for rental units or for their intended purpose. So
that's scary. That's a very scary admission. I appreciate your honesty. I've always thought it was kind of a Band-Aid approach as it was, but that's considering it's a major tenet of overall housing element. That's a very frightening admission. And I don't know really what else to say other than that. That's wow. Okay, thank you.
Are there other commissioners with questions? I see Commissioner Hanson has his hand up, and Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner,
okay,
now we can hear you.
All right. Hey, everybody. Jing, thanks again for listening to our questions here. One of the things I've been, I guess, struggling to think through is like in the discussions about, if we wanted to build all of this affordable housing through the inclusionary program, that would be, 30,000 units or whatever that would be required for that. I guess, like, what percentage of the affordable housing component of ARENA obligation do we think we can build at like 100% affordable housing? Like, just to try to get a sense of what's a reasonable number that we think we can get the funding for and the support for, and then doesn't that tell us what the remainder would have to be through the inclusionary side just to get the total affordable housing mandate?
I don't think that's something we know yet. We're just, like I said, we're at this concept stage. We're just presenting information, as it is at this conceptual stage. We've tried to provide materials for reference. I honestly couldn't take a guess at that, other than to provide some reference points that, the housing division, funds on average one project a year. And, in terms of issuance of permits for 100% affordable, it's not that many, a year. I mean,
yeah.
And that's just providing historical data. I think we're still in the process of, doing this analysis, which is, as a framing issue, as we talk about feedback on these strategies and concepts. I mean, we really are at that high level, and I think it's, I know everybody has maybe questions on the details and the how, and, there are many ways of how, and I think that, but before we get to, that level of detail, we are looking for that sort of bigger picture direction, because, once we get that direction on big questions on, where should we look, like we have to go through the analysis of our existing standards, right? Applying that general direction, running a number of scenarios. There's going to be choices, for commissions to look at, the community, ultimately council to decide, right? What is, how do you want to, proceed? Again, with the goal of a compliant housing element. So, I'm not trying to avoid the question by any means. I think I'm just explaining where we are in this process, and the work still to come.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I understand we're in this early stage. I guess, and maybe this is a question more directed towards the commission here. Given the direction that came out of council Tuesday, they're looking at the option B distribution pattern, which provides a significantly larger number of sites potentially here. I'm just trying to think about like what is the mix of like, if we did some upzoning, streamlining, and then had value capture attached to that, like trying to think through the amount of funding for affordable housing that we could capture through different decisions around changes to zoning and changes to process. Is it too early to be thinking about this too? Is this too abstract? I guess I'm trying to get at like, how can our thinking be most useful here, given the decisions that council has made in this space, and what are the high level decisions we need to make? If it's not like, do we support inclusionary at some level? I do.
Yeah, I mean,
is Yeah.
I think it would be very helpful for you to go, there are questions in the report. There's 5 big questions.
Mm-hmm.
I think in terms of organizing your thoughts, and in terms of feedback from the commission as a whole, it would be very helpful to use those questions as a guide in your thinking and your discussion. I mean, that we're posing those questions because we are, we want to receive that feedback, and even if it's a different perspective than the council, that's helpful too, right? It's just, I think we're taking the information in at this moment, but I would encourage, focusing on those 5 big questions, and in particular, actually, the 4 strategies. There's a lot to unpack in there, and in terms of going through each of those concepts and whether those make sense to you, if they're appropriate, that would all. Those would all be helpful in terms of whether those strategies are going in the right direction.
I guess my question would be then with the strategy B, that represents more sites and theoretically more potential for value capture, correct?
So those are kind of like 2 different concepts. So value capture is already integrated into our zoning code through the Tier 2 community benefits program,
Mm-hmm.
right? That's exactly what that was meant to represent. Is that if a developer seeks greater height and FAR, they're asking for more development potential, that the community should benefit in some way, for that increased development potential, and so that got translated into increased affordable housing requirements and enhanced fees. So that concept is already built in to our zoning code. So option B, in terms of a dispersed housing, like the geographic options that are presented, there's a table you can see in the presentation with respect to, is it equitable, is it consistent with the loose, and is upzoning needed? And I think, that lens of equity is an important one, and I think it's what certainly influenced council's direction with respect to the options, and also the planning commissions, when you consider past the history of zoning in Santa Monica, and where housing has located and where it hasn't, so that's different than those are two different concepts, I guess. The option B is really about activating housing potential in areas that haven't accommodated housing before, whether it was because the use is just outright prohibited, or as in the case of Montana Avenue, let's say, there's really no distinction between commercial projects and residential projects, so as a result, you don't really see housing occur there, and the lots aren't that big, in general. Maybe land doesn't come up for sale, so there's a variety of reasons, why that might be the case.
Thank you. That's my questions for now.
Okay, Commissioner Hamilton was next.
Thank you, Chair Soloff. Just a point of clarification. So tonight, after staff presentation, we're going to have a chance to discuss the items that we want to take action on next week, and then we'll do that, take action, or sorry, at the next meeting in 2 weeks from now.
Yes, we're going to have a robust discussion about people's views about what ought to be going on in that.
Okay.
And
as part of that, will we have a chance to revisit the slide I'd like to revisit the slide that the staff presented that summarized the city council actions and their decisions. I wasn't able to listen into that, and I'd like to have access to that after the city staff leave. That's possible.
Yeah, we're happy to provide that slide to your housing staff to distribute to the commission and post on your agenda.
Okay, thank you so much. So I have a question Page 29 of the Planning Commission report, there's a table there called Figure 25. And there's a line item there, category for city-owned sites. And it shows a housing production number of 1,399. And then it shows alongside of it some potential, the number of units that could be created through different inclusionary housing percentages. And let's just focus, I'm just focusing on the 20% column for now, just for discussion purposes. So we could say under the city-owned sites, there could be, 1,400 units created, 280 of which would be affordable. Am I looking at that correctly?
Yeah, the calculation in that table is just assuming we did some very rough calculations, based on some very rough development assumptions, of what might be just like housing yield on, given certain land areas. And then the percentage you see is just a straight cut like percentage. And that's what I mean, like, this is not, we didn't do like any kind of detailed analysis, it was land area, divided by certain set of assumptions,
Right.
and then just spitting it out the other side. So,
well, I guess what I'm getting at is then the concept behind that would be that on city-owned land, we would develop 20% of those units would be affordable and 80% would be at market.
yeah, that's right. That's what those columns are meant to represent is if city-owned sites were not, that's different from the council direction, which was the 100%. And we weren't suggesting that city-owned sites be used in that way. It was just a way to understand, what could be just housing, like straight housing yield. Very, very rough ballpark numbers
Okay.
on city-owned sites. So
forgive me for not knowing this, but did the city council, did they opine on this concept? Have we been given direction from the city, or has there been a discussion about how these city-owned sites should be developed into affordable housing?
Yeah, so one of the key questions we asked in the staff report was should affordable housing be prioritized on city-owned land, and if so, whether there should be some minimum, a policy established about a minimum number of housing units. Basically, how should city-owned sites be used? And the council did give direction with respect to that in terms of prioritizing 100% affordable housing on city-owned land. So given that direction, that's going to take obviously some additional assessment. We would need to understand the economics necessary to support, affordable housing on city-owned property. And we haven't done any of that work other than just identifying possible sites that meet qualities and land area, and applying, some very rough assumptions in terms of coming up with, some kind of yield on it.
Yeah. Okay. Because if I look at that, and I'm referring also to, and Chair Soloff submitted something just before this meeting. It was actually, a letter that he wrote, and I had a chance just to briefly review it before we started the meeting. But it refers back to another document, the city of the exact title of which is I think it's the 6th cycle 2021 housing element summary. And in that, on page 9, it says that there could be 7,300 affordable housing units on city-owned land if it was developed to its highest capacity. Now that seems like that obviously is a huge number, and there's going to be a lot of competing, a lot of competition to how city-owned land is going to ultimately be developed. But just so I understand this, so is that 7,300 number, is that basically just like, you give, 100% of the site is developed as affordable housing to the highest maximum height you're allowed under AB 1736, or sorry, 1763?
Yeah. That's again, that was just kind of building from, the ballpark approach we took with just yield. So this was, if additional 3 floors above existing height limits, again, doing very, very rough calculations, not taking into account, what it takes to finance, something like that. And like it was just taking land and how much, how many housing units could you put on it.
Right.
And so that was, just the straight like zoning assessment.
Yeah, right. That's if
Yeah.
you just built like one big envelope of housing.
Yeah, and it assumes
Yeah.
removal of all uses, unlimited density, maximum number of stories, and it only represents the physical capacity. So
Mhm.
that's
Okay. Because, going back to table figure 25 on the Planning Commission report, let's just take the city-owned, just for conversation purposes, remove category 4 city-owned sites at 280 units from the 20% inclusionary housing percentage column. So with, all the category 1 pending projects, approved projects, all remaining sites, you have a total of 2,123 less 280. So you're, just shy of 2,000 units. And you combine that 20% inclusionary estimate, and of course there's a lot of conversation about whether that's, a true assessment of how many units can be built. But that aside, even if you pared down those city-owned, say you decided to build 100% affordable housing on city-owned sites, and you cut that in, 2/3 of that plus the 20% inclusionary calculation could just about get us there to RHNA targets. And I would also, so am I looking at that correctly? I mean,
yeah. Are you saying if we remove that 280 and replaced it with like roughly 2/3 of the 7,300, if I'm understanding, that's what you were saying?
Right.
Yeah, right. I just did some quick math on that. I think that's somewhere in the range of like 5,400-ish units.
Okay.
So that's, yeah, and and again, that was
Maybe
just
a little more than 2/3.
Yeah, and that's again not accounting for what might be existing on those city-owned sites. Not every city-owned site might redevelop during the time span. But if we're just planning for it, I think that's we haven't again done that site by site analysis of city-owned property.
Okay.
It was
Okay.
a land calculation. Yeah.
Okay, so that 7,300 units is not necessarily a feasible number. It's just
No,
very
not. I
basic.
mean, yeah, we are not
Yeah.
suggesting
Okay.
that it's
Yeah.
and anything more than just a very, very rough estimate based on land area.
Okay. Yeah, and I would note that within the RHNA target for 6,100 and 6,000, no,
6168. Yeah.
6168, that's our affordable housing target.
Mhm.
And that includes everything up to 120% AMI.
That is correct. Yep.
Okay. So, is there in the I guess I'm trying to understand the best way to ask this question, but does a city recognize in its statute that affordable housing is defined as housing affordable up to 120% AMI, or in order for that 6168 number to be met, are there other changes that the city needs to make to its definitions of affordable housing?
Yeah, so in the zoning ordinance, 100% affordable housing stops at 80% AMI, as a definition of that project. So the strategy 2, you'll notice there's kind of like two concepts in there. One for affordable housing up to 80% AMI, and then another for affordable housing up to 120. So between 80 and 120, there's two different strategies there intended to recognize that distinction. The affordable housing up to 80% AMI has the greatest incentives in there. So it's talking about in commercial zones, unlimited height and density, no minimum parking requirements, and then in residential zones, that minimum guarantee of the 4 stories. But for 120% AMI, it's basically applying, a sort of softer version of AB 1763, which is not available to moderate income projects. So, applying those, so that would be like a local thing for Santa Monica. I don't, we would probably need, obviously we would, need to have changes to the zoning ordinance to enact, all of this.
Right.
But that is the existing
it would
definition
almost-
today.
Yeah. Well, it almost seems like you would have to, if your 6168 calculation here is including 120% AMI, then you would have to accommodate that through the statute at the city level, right? I mean, so it would almost, it's almost de facto that you would have to make that change in order to reach that goal, based on at least the strategy defined here through inclusionary housing set aside.
Yeah, at the moment, 100% affordable, housing in the city does not, the incentives for it, do not include moderate income housing. So you would be correct. Yeah, it'd be, this would be a new idea.
Oh, yeah, and I'd like to, for Chair Solaf, I'd like for us to consider taking action and making a recommendation to the city about that.
Okay, mark it down and bring it up in discussion.
Okay. And just for my own point, another point of clarification, sorry, my kids are running around. So 20% inclusionary for market rate properties, is there an AMI limit on that right now? Can they go up to 120% AMI?
For under the AHPP? Yeah. Yes, they can.
Okay, so a developer who's building market rate can set aside units restricted to 120% AMI within their development, or have it put somewhere else. I thought it was capped at a certain income level.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, just to clarify, sorry, I thought you meant whether the AHPP addresses moderate, which so that's apologize, I misunderstood your question. So it depends where in the city you are. If a housing project is proposed in the downtown above, so it has to be a tier 2 or a tier 3 housing project in downtown. In that circumstance, there are enhanced affordable housing requirements, and within that, we require that the amount of affordable units are kind of spread across the spectrum of extremely low income to moderate income, at certain percentage levels. So we get, units at every single level. Outside of the downtown, the AHPP, just the regular AHPP would apply. So the downtown has a bit of a different inclusionary system in that manner for tier 2 and tier 3 projects. In the rest of the city, we require 50% more affordable housing than the AHPP requires. If you're doing moderate income, the AHPP requires that 100% of the units are at affordable rent. Otherwise, it's a menu right now. So 10% at the 50% AMI and 20% at 80% AMI are the other options at the moment.
Yeah, but it caps out at 80% AMI.
That's
right.
Yeah,
no matter where you are, and whatever density bonus you would like to receive, the menus for inclusionary housing is capped at 80% AMI.
For inclusion, yeah, unless, oh, sorry, Jim, did you want to jump in there?
I think I was going to ask you to confer with Jing for, the option for the inclusionary housing outside the downtown is for the AHPP, a developer can do a 100% affordable housing development at 120%. But what Jing was mentioning earlier, the zoning code, the land use incentives are all tied to the definition of an affordable housing project, a 100% affordable housing project. And that definition has a lower ceiling, if you will, no pun intended, at 80%. Yeah. So a developer can satisfy their inclusionary housing requirement at a all moderate development, but whether they not get all the incentives and et cetera is a different.
Yeah. Well,
a different. I guess, is that fair? Is that accurate, Jing?
Yeah. I mean, is it fair to say though that that's not at that point? That's not really like the sort of. I think Commissioner Hamilton's talking more about like a mixed income project when you say inclusionary. Well, so from that perspective, it's okay.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to understand here is we have a RHNA target of 6168, which is up to 120% AMI. But there's a shortfall there. But what we're not really quantifying in this chart is that up to 80%, there's still a shortfall, but between 80 and 120%, there's 100% shortfall. So because these inclusionary numbers don't go above 80% AMI. So I'm just trying to clarify to make sure I understand this correctly, that bunching all of these, AMI levels 120% and below into one number doesn't really capture the fact that the units, the deeply affordable units, which are obviously a very important target for us, those are being addressed through this. But the 80 to 120%, there really is no way for those that target between 80 and 120% to be addressed through inclusionary set-asides. So what I'm saying is, so there has to be some particular focus, to address that missing middle piece, which is because we have like two main strategies. One is city-owned land, and one is inclusionary housing to address our overall affordability goals. And those seem to have, as from our previous discussion, those two buckets right there are probably the buckets that are going to produce the most units. So we should probably focus on those above all. And so what I'm saying is we should probably fine tune this to say either you can build up to 120% AMI on city-owned land, which sounds like that's something that's been addressed, and depending on what we want to do, also allow developers to satisfy some level of inclusionary housing by accommodating up to 120% AMI within their buildings. And I think there's obviously some important ways to just, allow that to happen. I mean, I'd be satisfied with a lower density boost from that. We'd also want to make sure that there is a real delta between the market rents that they're charging and the 120% AMI rents. so they wouldn't be
So
getting
Josh?
away with like a little haircut. Yeah.
This is supposed to be question time, but the question that was just the premise of what everything you just stated, at least as I heard from you, is that you cannot satisfy your inclusionary housing requirement with units up to 120%. And I don't believe that that is an accurate statement. It depends sort of where. In fact, you can anywhere. You just have to have a much higher percentage right now, even outside the downtown. Isn't that correct?
You have to do it at 100% affordable outside of the downtown. So that's why I was clarifying. I think that the question seems to be like, could you do like a market rate and affordable, and when we say inclusionary, we mean sort of a mixed income, like market rate and affordable, whether it's at 50 or, up to 80%. Commissioner Hamilton is correct that it is not an option to do like a percentage of a market rate project at moderate income unless it's within the downtown. You get that spectrum of units, because outside of the downtown, in order to do moderate income, it has to be that 100% of the units have to be moderate, which is not really your conventional mixed income project anymore. That's 100% moderate income.
Is that right? I thought it was 30%.
No, yeah. Again, that's within that's why I was like within the downtown. There's just a very
that's not what I'm saying. I thought that originally we had 5% for extremely very low, extremely low. We had 15% for low, and I thought we had 30, double that. Sorry, it was 5, 7, and because everything gets doubled when you go to tier 2. But I thought there actually was in the AHPP, even outside the downtown. It's just a higher percentage, but you can actually do moderate. Am I wrong about that? In the AHPP program?
No, yeah. So if you're talking about tier, so the AHPP right now is 5% extremely low income. That option is not available, until after February 2022. 10% for 50% income households, and 20% for 80% income households. Those are the only options for quote unquote inclusionary. And then if you want to do moderate, then it says 100%. So that
got it.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I had it wrong. So you had it right, Josh. Good job.
Quite all right, Chair Soloff. I think I was probably even confusing myself there for a second. So I think those are, we can talk about, Michael, we could table this conversation and talk about what action items that we would like to take later. And I'd like to include that. So those are my questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Hilton, do you have questions?
Yes, there was reference earlier to do we have the space, meaning for affordable housing. So these questions are, do we have the financial? And then there may not be detailed answers, but if I could just get some general responses. So the first is in reference to our trust fund revenue sources, and those are listed on page 51 at the 4-point bullet. So 1 is in lieu fee, sale of city property. 2, measured DSA transactions and use tax. 3, block grants, and 4, general fund. First question, what are these revenue sources expected to contribute going forward in dollar amounts, and how many affordable units are they expected to finance, such as per year?
I think I'll answer that one. Commissioner Hilton, I can't give you numbers. I can give you, or I can give you mainly sources. I can give you broad, broad range estimates. But the primary funding source going forward would be the GSH transaction and use tax, which the portion advised to be allocated for affordable housing has been in the 7 to 8 million range pre-pandemic. It remains to be seen if how that reverberates, but that really is a primary source. The in lieu housing fees for residential construction have ranged from a few $100,000 to maybe $1 million on an exceptional year, but generally it's been in that range and toward the smaller end of that range. There is a commercial affordable housing commercial office mitigation fee that was adopted a few years ago. That's not expected to be a significant source of revenue, and it's been in the few $100,000 range. We don't see it anticipated being in $1 million range or anything like that in the foreseeable future. So the main source would really be the transaction and use tax, unless there's some new source of funding.
And as a follow-up, when are peer downtown retail sales, for example, under GSH, expected to fully recover?
I'm sorry, were you asking a question or making a statement?
No, I'm asking a clarification. You said that GSH TUT tax ranges from $7.5 million to $8 million. So the clarification is, when are peer downtown retail sales generally expected to recover?
I don't have that information. I'm sorry.
All right. The second part of my financial question is, if we were to add, for example, the proposed land value tax, $20 million, or the state resumes redevelopment, approximately $25 million, will such additional revenue help significantly? And the point is to achieve our required allocation. I mean, what can we expect to achieve with any additional revenue source?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Hilton. Some of your audio was bouncing in and out for me. Are you asking, is there any additional revenue sources that we're aware of, anticipating?
Well, I'm asking about, first, how many affordable units are those 4 revenue sources expected to finance, but also what can we expect if we had any additional revenue sources in terms of achieving our allocation?
The answer to the question of housing trust fund dollars turning into affordable housing units, but the best information I can give you is the most recent developments we've funded in the last few years. The average per unit subsidy loan that the city provided was just under $300,000. So, assuming the GSH tax of roughly $8 million, let's call it, is received, then if the past is prologue, that would allow us to subsidize about 26, 27 units.
That's what I thought. Thank you. I do have this
Sorry, Commissioner Hilton, if you're speaking, we're having or at least I am, I don't know if others are as well, a difficult time hearing you. Can you try again?
To clarify Commissioner Hamilton's comment, and he had asked about affordable housing income maximums. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I am. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, this is just a general response. That there were 2 previous large city market rate developments that proposed adding, and it was what's called referred to as middle class affordability, and that was 130 to 180% of AMI. The 180% was 105,000 a year, and rents were approximately 3,000 per month. And it was the commission that agreed and motioned that these were market level income rents, which the city overproduces, and that the city should first achieve 100% and below income rents. And that's before expanding to higher income affordability. So that may just clarify it.
Does that complete your questions, Commissioner Hilton?
Yeah, I had the two financial questions.
Okay, so if everybody's asked their question, let me ask a few questions. The first question I have is, do we have a way of overlaying on the city what the actual demographics are by census tract or some other way?
Yeah, sure.
And is that available somewhere?
Rachel, is that in the existing conditions report?
Yeah, it's table
Yeah.
4
Yeah.
of the report of attachment A.
Okay.
It's broken up by zip code.
By zip code, okay, but not by census tract.
No, but we could certainly do that in the final housing element.
Well,
For
I'm
the
more
draft
interested in having the information for my own analysis. Is it available somewhere that I can look it up and use it?
We could. It's the American Community Survey is what we use, but I could certainly pull that information together and send it to you.
Okay, I would like to see that. And then I'd like to understand, because I understand your desires to get thoughts from the commission about what to do in the housing element, and I'm sure, given who's on this commission, you're going to get a lot of thoughts about that. But I do think that also, in order to understand what should be done in the housing element, one does have to sort of understand what's required and what's not required there, which I think some commissioners were asking about, and I also have some questions about. So, I understand we are, am I correct that we're required to deliver a suitable sites inventory that shows that we have the capacity for the RENA allocation? Is that right?
That's right, yeah.
And we have to show that by income level?
Yes.
Okay. And so for for the deed restricted housing, is there something in state law that says that the way we calculate whether land is capable of carrying that is based on the densities that's allowed, and whether those are consistent with what low-income housing projects require?
Yes.
Okay. And so that determination is not based on financial resources, is it?
No, it's not.
Okay. And then we're also supposed to show that we can that we're taking steps to affirmatively further fair housing. Is that right?
Yes.
And that includes a variety of potential steps in that regard, not simply the question of dispersing housing around the city. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. And so, for example, creating a place in the city to allow people who are living in highly segregated other places to come into our high resource city is affirmatively furthering fair housing from the perspective of the state. Is that correct?
It's hard for me to say whether that would, because it's a new requirement, and we're just like, you'll hear us say a lot, like it's HCD decides, and we are trying to interpret as best, and do our best to meet the spirit of what is required, but it is, there's not really any past precedent, unfortunately, to rely on, other than the words in the law and
Sure.
how we can best interpret and implement it.
Fair enough. I did notice when I was looking at these laws how many were passed within the last year.
Yeah, all of them.
So I understand that. Okay. And am I right that in some of the guidance that the HCD's given us on affirmatively furthering fair housing. They've suggested that we use the opportunity mapping that's been put together by TCAC and other state agencies. Is that right?
Yeah, that is what SCAG used, to inform the allocations, around. So, not surprisingly, coastal counties, coastal cities, have had a higher allocation as a result of that.
And in Santa Monica, I want to see if I read that mapping correctly. Every single census tract, with the exception of 2 tracts in the Pico neighborhood, are mapped as the highest resourced. In other words, the highest category of opportunity in the state of California.
That's right.
And the 2 tracts in the Pico area, those are mapped as only high resource as opposed to highest resource. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. And one of the things we're also required to do under the housing element, once we've created these suitable sites, is to maintain those suitable sites throughout the entire housing element. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if a piece of land is taken down and we've assigned some number to it, we then have to adjust that either above or below whatever we assigned for it in the suitable sites inventory by what's actually created there. Is that right?
Right, and it's why part of the guidance that HCD's issued is because your housing element has to be compliant through the entire cycle. It's not just you're done in the beginning and then you never see it again. There's the what they call the no net loss requirement. So over the entire cycle. As housing projects occur or are approved, if there's a site that's on the inventory and it's less was approved than what was anticipated there, then you have to kind of make it up elsewhere. So HCD's guidance is to plan for not like a little bit more than you to provide a buffer, because otherwise you don't want to be in a position of constantly having to looking around for sites, upzoning, what have you, right? It's just have it done in the beginning, and hopefully that is can accommodate the entire cycle.
Got it. And there are pretty severe penalties possible if we don't do a compliant housing element. Is that right?
Yeah, I can't comment on the severity of it, but we know that there are they certainly have the authority to impose penalties on the city.
Okay, and those would include fines?
Yes.
Okay, and possibly impact our access to other state programs and funding?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then once we have a compliant housing element, then the state's also going to be monitoring what we're actually producing during the housing element period. Is that right?
Yeah, we are required to submit something called an annual progress report every April 1. So that's a report from the city to HCD, and every city is required to do it, even charter cities, in terms of your actual production. And we measure production by building permits issued for housing projects. So we submitted one today or yesterday, I remember. But that's how HCD tracks cities' actual production of housing, and then they use that information to make their SB 35 determination.
And for that determination, production equals pulling a building permit. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And then they monitor our production for SB 35 purposes. One of the categories they look at is market rate housing. Is that right?
Yeah, SB 35 is implicated for market rate housing and for lower income housing. So they look at those two.
They don't look at moderate for purposes of SB 35?
They do not, no.
And so for purposes of market rate housing, they're going to look 4 years into the next housing cycle and see whether we've produced 50% of our RENA allocation. Is that the test they're going to apply?
Yeah, they because we had sort of we're kind of learning the cycle in this current cycle. I believe it's prorated, so it's not just at that 4-year mark. It's annually. But I think we can get clarification on that piece, but it is prorated, so it's not just, all at the end. I think each year they look at it and they make that determination.
Right. Well, I would be curious. My understanding was the streamlining kicks in not on year by year, but on a broader period of time is reviewed.
Yeah.
But so I would like to know the answer to that. I don't expect to have it tonight, but I would like to know that.
Yeah, no, we can certainly, we want that clarification too, because it was something that we seek clarification on initially when HCD was doing this reporting, but because it hit kind of mid-cycle, I'm not sure that question got asked about the early part. So certainly something good to get clarification on.
Okay. And the impact of whatever point they make this determination for above market rate, or sorry, not above market rate, for market rate housing, is that if we haven't hit our prorated share whenever they measure that, then if a developer brings forward a project that meets our objective zoning and other standards, then and has inclusionary of the higher of either 10% or whatever's already required by local law, then they're entitled to administrative approval within a relatively short time frame and no parking requirements. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. And the one issue that you guys have raised with that is that we don't know whether that would allow us to apply our architectural review board type of criteria or not to that project. Is that right?
Yeah, it appears that we wouldn't be able to, because it states objective design standards. So it doesn't appear that our current design review process would be applicable to a project that is subject to SB 35.
Okay. And then if we're not satisfying our prorated share of the low income housing, then a developer could bring forward a project that complies with our objective zoning standards and has 50% affordable housing in it for lower income people. And then again, if they had such a project, it would be entitled to this administrative approval process and no parking requirements. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. And at least based on what we've seen from HRNA, where people are questioning our ability to even get to 20%, that's really has nothing to do with Santa Monica, does it?
No. I mean, I think that at that point, you're probably looking at 100% affordable housing project, who would be in that realm. And if someone's doing 100% affordable housing, they have all of the advantages under AB 1763 and under state density bonus law, already. So, I can't think of a time we've seen a market rate inclusionary 50% project.
So I'm also interested in the chart that Commissioner Hamilton was talking about, although I did look at the version of the chart in the preliminary summary of suitable sites at page, I guess, 11 of that, and which had those numbers related to the category 4 city-owned sites.
Mm-hmm.
And so my question is, so there in this at least preliminary analysis, although this was based on the assumption that these would be, what under current zoning for a market rate project could be built on those sites, and then what inclusionary would be at various numbers, at least for purposes of this, the assumption was that those sites could actually be used, recognizing it's only a preliminary assessment. But that was the thought behind this, that these are sites that could be used for housing in the next 8 years. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. And so whatever economic constraints there might be about the city's willingness to give up some parking lots or other things or whatever, that's equally true whether we use it for a market rate project or we use it for 100% affordable project, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. And then there's another thing that, again, in the spirit that we're trying not to put all the work on staff and do work ourselves, I did want to try and understand how one might go from this chart and the underlying data to some greater refinement of what we might be able to get for inclusionary. So let me just ask some questions there. So the remaining sites, which excluded the pending projects and approved projects and the city-owned sites. So we, at least in this preliminary analysis, I know I'm not holding you to these numbers being anything but preliminary, but we're looking that we could under existing zoning create 6,308 units. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. And so then the numbers that follow that at 7.5% and 15% and 20%, those are just mathematical calculations off of that 6,308 by those percentages. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. But if we look at the HRNA stuff that's been provided, we probably have to add some height and density in order to achieve certainly the 15 or the 20%. At least at certain places in the city. Is that right?
Yeah. The preliminary results showed that, I mean, outside of downtown, really, some increased FAR is needed to be able to support inclusionary requirements higher than existing levels.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, no.
I have the problem that in order to look at the chart, I have to switch off the screen where I can see your face. So I apologize. I definitely do not mean to interrupt you. And so what I was thinking about that was, so if we did, for example, add a story or 2 stories in some place, then the total number of units that could be built on that property would be higher than what's being assumed to come up with the 6,308 units. Is that right?
Yeah, that in theory would be correct. Yeah.
Okay. And so there is, you have here at the end of this report, Appendix A. Oh, I guess that's only approved. And no, Appendix. What, is there somewhere in the materials that have already come out the actual location of all of these sites that make up the 6,300 plus units that aren't on pending or approved projects or on city-owned land?
It's basically, if you see option A, the map there,
okay.
Represents, because we use the loose as the starting point for this, given that it's adopted policy. So that's the starting point to identify the site. So you see that the map on page 36 of the staff report, represents essentially the preliminary analysis, at this moment. And so that's the basis of the calculations in the summary report.
Okay. And so, and again, I apologize because I'm just trying to open that right now. What page did you say it was?
Page 36 of the staff report is the map for option A.
Okay. So, and if one wanted to try and understand what zoning is actually being applied at any of those sites, that isn't like laid out in an appendix or something somewhere. You have that in your underlying calculations, but we don't have that yet, right?
Yeah, it is actually in, Rachel, is that page 12, SSI properties by zoning district? I mean, we don't have a map showing the overlay of the zone. You are right by that, but we did organize it by zone.
Are you talking about page 12 of the attachment?
Of the summary report on preliminary sites.
Oh.
Chair Soloff was asking about whether there is basically the preliminary sites by zone. I believe that's the table on page 12, right?
Sorry, too many windows open here.
Yeah. Me too.
I empathize.
Okay. Yes, that is the page 12.
Okay, this is the document that's labeled.
It is attachment
Summary
3.
report on preliminary suitable sites inventory analysis.
That is correct.
Attachment C.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because the page I have labeled 12. Oh, I see. Okay, I see. Okay, so what you have is you just have the total square footage and parcel. I see. Okay.
That's
Yes.
right.
Thank you. You've answered my question. Okay. And then one of the other things that I was looking at in the HRNA materials is they also did an analysis of, well, let me actually ask a first question. I know it's only rough and that, but when they draw the dotted lines through various prototypes and locations to show where the existing zoning is, and then they have, you know, floors going up on the left-hand side of the chart, and then there's, you know, the bar graph. Is that, recognizing it would need more refinement, whatever, but is that essentially an initial calculation of what additional height would be required in order to achieve those percentages of inclusionary housing? Is that what HRNA is trying to convey to us?
Yeah, it was I think they did the best they could in terms of trying to convert numbers, you know, into some way for people to understand, you know, generally, you know, do you need more development capacity basically to support that amount of inclusionary? So yeah, it was meant to give, you know, some sense and understanding of that.
Okay, so recognizing, like I said, with all the caveats, it's just preliminary, it's not tied out and whatever, but somebody could look at that and say, what they're telling me may be that in this particular location, you know, it would need to be, you know, 4 stories plus or minus something to get to feasibility for that particular percentage of inclusionary that they describe on the
Right.
chart. Okay,
Right.
I just want to be sure I'm reading the data correctly. And then HRNA also gave an explanation of the offsite analysis, and there were 2 figures in there, and I wasn't 100% sure I understood how they fit together. But one figure they had was an amount per unit in the building that could be paid as an in lieu fee, and then the other was the opportunity cost of the individual affordable housing unit. In other words, what it is that the let me ask this: am I correctly understanding that the opportunity cost is meant to mean that's how much more the developer would receive if, instead of it being a, you know, deed restricted affordable unit at whatever level is being described in the exercise, instead it was a market rate unit, with that delta being, you know, what the much higher rent level is that they could receive for that unit? So is that what that means?
Right, exactly. So it represents kind of like the loss opportunity, you know, if you will, if a developer had to put an on-site affordable unit versus a market rate unit in the project. So that's what the $350,000 per unit number, you know, is the average amount that a market rate developer could afford to pay if they're not required to build inclusionary units on site. So that's that opportunity cost that was calculated, and then, you know, they went and applied that to, you know, if you put that on an offsite location, you know, how many more units, or could you get more units that way? And the preliminary analysis showed that you could get approximately maybe 30% more units at that offsite location versus if it was on site.
Okay. And when they gave that other figure, which was a per unit in lieu fee, is that basically taking the totality of the opportunity cost for the affordable units that are being offsite and just dividing it by the total number of units in the building?
Do you mean the offsite affordable, so the in lieu fee? Oh, in the first finding?
Yeah, and unfortunately I don't have it right in front of me what I'm looking at right now, but as I recall it, it said that basically you could get 30 to 45,000 per unit, something like that.
Oh, that one. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they sort of did a draft calculation on, you know, a prototypical project, what it could support in terms of an offsite fee. And I think they determined that it's slightly higher than the current AHPP and lieu fee at $36.49 per square foot, assuming an average size of 830 square feet. So yeah.
And were the way they got to that, was it by taking what the developer is going to save in terms of, not foregone opportunity cost and those by making those market rate units and then just dividing it over the total number of units in the building? Or is there some other basis that they made that calculation?
I would probably have to follow up with them as to precisely how they got there. I don't want to mess that up, since I didn't do the calculation myself, but we're happy to follow up with you on that.
Yeah, I would like to understand that calculation. Okay, and then Jim, I have a couple of questions for you. So in the projects that we've been doing recently, when the city's been making a financial contribution, one of the things that's been going to is to buy the land, correct?
Correct. We are the initial funder to the nonprofit, and that's one of the biggest roles we play is provide the funding to allow them to acquire the land. And that ends up being kind of the majority of our contribution.
Right. And then most of the rest of the cost is through either tax credits or in some cases tax credits and some bank loans. Is that right?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. And so if we were building units on city-owned land, we wouldn't have to pay for the land, right?
Correct.
Okay. So the out-of-pocket cost to the city, if we could get the tax credits, would be infinitely smaller than it is when we go and buy the land. Is that right?
That's correct. I think we did some ballpark calculations when we brought the parking structure 3 site to the council, at least in terms of authorizing for a request for proposals. Don't hold me to this, but I think of the funding we provide, the total funding we provide at $300,000 per unit, the land cost ends up being $150,000 to $200,000 in the last several developments we've done, at least at the densities that these projects are allowed to build. And so most of our money goes into the land and in the pre-development costs, all the fees and the architects and the engineers and all that. But yeah, the part that actually goes to the construction is a relatively small piece of it. That helps you. So, but I think we did some real broad figures at, $30,000 to $80,000 or $30,000 to $50,000 per unit if we provided city-owned land that they may need that contribution.
And so we actually did go out to bid on the 4th Street garage, correct?
I'm sorry, do you mean, I go back a long time, which 4th Street garage are talking about? There's two in my mind.
Yes, let me be clear. You guys brought before the Housing Commission the recommendation. We passed the recommendation on with our support to council, and council approved sending out an RFP for whichever garage it is on 4th Street that's seismically challenged, and that will have to be taken down in any event. Is that right?
Yes. Mm-hmm, that's
okay.
Correct.
And we got 9 bids on that in November of 2019.
Don't think we've reported out with that, but we did get a sizable number of
actually I think
proposals.
You did.
We did? Okay. A sizable number. That sounds about right. I don't have that number on top of my head, but yes.
Okay. And I guess my question is, as people are trying to make policy decisions that will be reflected in the housing element, are we going to get in some form or fashion intelligence on what people in the real world were willing to tell us they were willing to do on that site, and what, if anything, it would cost us in addition to what they plan to fund elsewhere?
I would hope so, depending on the timing of all that, but yes.
Well, I guess the timing of this is we have to, they're coming back, planning's coming back with a housing element draft in June that there's obviously going to be a lot of discussion about, and then something's going to get submitted to HCD in July. So do you think in that time frame we would have that information, or is that not realistic?
It's hard to say at this point to guarantee one thing or other. I would would add this if it's helpful at all. It may not be, but I think one of the issues, if city-owned land is used for affordable housing, and the size, the density, if you will, of the development is of sufficient capacity, then I think the issue is, as the more volume and size is allowed, then it moves much. Then it's possible that maybe no city subsidy beyond the city land would be needed, and I think that's not only in city-owned land, but that is also the issue that's coming up in general. That the larger, the more density is allowed, then obviously the lower per unit cost for the city subsidy is going in. It's another way of, and also saying breaking up the land cost. When you're talking about a property that's not city-owned land, the more density that is allowed on our typical nonprofit affordable housing development, the more units, the more that land cost per unit gets to be smaller. But I think one of the issues, that the staff here is looking at, and that is that public policy question, is if city-owned land can be, if the affordable housing developments on city-owned land can be of a sufficient size, then there may not need to be any city subsidy at all beyond the land contribution.
Sorry. So, okay. But I guess we'll have, at some point, at least the public, when we get access to what bids were actually put on the four-speed garage, there'll at least be one data point that will help us know what, at least, however many it is, developers thought they would be able to do on public land. But okay, I've put in a Public Records Act request for that information, but was told that we're not allowed to have it yet. So I wondered if you guys were going to be incorporating that information. Next question is that, have you had any discussions yet? I know you've been in discussions with, a developer who does moderate housing, using the micro unit and big common area model. Have you yet had any discussions with that developer or others about what could be done in terms of moderate rate units on public land, whether that would need any further subsidy?
I haven't. Interesting today, I spoke with the one developer who is doing the what he calls a naturally occurring affordable housing at the 80% income targeting that doesn't need any subsidies. They've been doing that in Seattle. I believe they're doing some or planning to do some in Los Angeles. One of the things he communicated to me very recently is that to him, it's interesting that one of the dynamics at play is whereas the Los Angeles County metropolitan statistical area, median income is considered to be $77,800, and therefore rent limits are teed off that figure. In Seattle, it's 100 and something thousand, and so it's much easier to make their numbers work. And his point is saying, what is so much different about a metropolitan area that needs housing like Seattle versus Los Angeles, and that these median income numbers have this effect. But he didn't talk about moderate housing. If you're talking about the 120% level, what he is, where they are trying to get to in LA County is they think, I believe, they think they could live with the tax credit version of rents at 80% level if they were allowed to do a all 80% project at a certain size. I believe they called their sweet spot was something along 6 or 8 stories, Jing, if I remember correctly, and 70, 80, 100 units. But one of he also has I'll close by, pause by saying this, finish by saying this. They have come very quickly to this realization that one of the things that affects the feasibility of housing developments and affordable housing developments is what rent limit scheme is the jurisdiction or the funding agency or who's ever making the rules. What rent limit scheme is being forced upon that development? Because the answer is the feasibility answer of yes, it'll work or no, it won't is a different answer depending on what rent scheme you use.
Right.
And he seemed to suggest today, and I had a meeting with him today just coincidentally, and he seemed to say that it was his kind of preliminary understanding that if they could do a development that targeted all 80%, maybe a few units lower than 80, but all 80 using the tax credit rent limits, they think they could do that without any subsidy. But again, that model was that kind of shared housing or that no bedroom apartment with a lot of shared amenities type of model. It was not your traditional 1-bedroom apartment, 2-bedroom apartment. So I want to make that clear as well.
Okay, well, that's very interesting. So am I also correctly remembering that you guys did a report for us a while back that shows that we actually have substantial numbers of rent burdened people living in our affordable housing units?
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
And am I correct that that's driven in part because we keep setting the rents at the absolute top of these income levels, which means that anybody who's earning less than that but falls into that same category is automatically going to be rent burdened?
Yeah, I think that's correct. I think that, the model of rent limit schemes, that's built into virtually all of them. The rents are calculated off the top limit of that income category, whether it's moderate, low, very low, or low. And so, that is an issue. And it's also a combination of, even if someone starts at an affordable rent, if their income, wages, source of income stays flat, but rents do rise even modestly over time, then your rent is going to become less and less affordable over time. Just a function of that math.
Understood. Now, prior to the state taking away redevelopment, we were getting about $15 million a year from that we were using to create affordable housing. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And has the state returned any of that to us?
And not sure exactly what you mean, sorry, in terms of.
Since they took that $15 million away, have they given us something else to make up for that?
The only thing recently is the $5 million grant that the city has been awarded for affordable housing. But no, there is not an annual ongoing scheme for that. There was another program, the PLHC, I can't think of the name. The other funding was, they call it's like an entitlement program for cities, and the first year award is $547,000.
I'm sure this is probably too early, but has the city done anything to understand what this $215 billion in the Biden proposed infrastructure plan for housing, what portion, if any, of that might be used? What might come to California and how it might be distributed? Is there too early to have any information about that?
It's too early for have information, but we are all the staff, not just the housing staff, will be studying that to see what opportunities there are for Santa Monica to apply for and receive funds.
And do we know whether the plan there is to give the money to the state and then the state to decide how to distribute it, or is there going to be direct federal grants?
I do not know that.
And then this may go back to planning staff. So if I understand correctly from the stuff I've read, that there's been direction to speak to the state about making the DMV site at Colorado and Cloverfield committing it to us so we can list it on the suitable sites inventory for affordable housing. But am I correct that we have yet to initiate communications with the state about that?
Actually, we've been working through Assembly Member Bloom's office to make that communication. They have been following up on that. I will say it's not. This appears to be, with some of those preliminary conversations, appears to be it's not just about the DMV site in Santa Monica. I've actually heard from other jurisdictions. Everyone's kind of asking the question like, hey, have you found out who to talk to at DMV? So other cities are also, trying to do that outreach, and it appears that it's not city by city. I would imagine that, it's a sort of broader policy issue in terms of DMV property across the state, because our situation, with the little building and a sea of parking is replicated in any number of other cities, and their DMV offices. So we have, had those initial attempts to, communicate and ask about that. With respect to state-owned lands, in terms of including them on the SSI, the bar is higher. You can't just sort of put it on there. It does require that there be a letter of commitment and the like, from the state to do that. So we have, tried to, initiate those communications. So it's an ongoing effort, and not much to report on at the moment with respect to those initial efforts.
Well, I guess that's my question, because I did read in the HCD guidance that we would have to have a letter of commitment, and we only have 3 months till we have to submit this to the state. So
right.
I'm wondering what our expectation is to force that to a resolution.
I mean, again, we're working through that, and our lobbyists, and just trying to figure out the best path to get. It's not clear to me that we might get there. We will get that commitment, and if we don't, we'll have to proceed, without it. But we're doing what we can, I think, to, try and have some communication about that. We are reaching out to probably a little easier people to get a hold of in terms of, the school district and the college, and our hospital, our larger institutions, to understand their views with respect, to property that they own, and their plans for housing their workforce. So that is, something that we're following up on at the moment as well.
So am I right that the only effort right now to get the state to commit its land in Santa Monica to affordable housing is we've asked Assemblymember Bloom to make an inquiry?
Yeah, I think it actually was something that started about a year ago, and we followed up, since then. And my understanding, there was a meeting, and it got postponed, and it'll trying to get that rescheduled. So we're working through Assemblymember Bloom and our lobbyist, to find out what is needed from us, or if there's anything we need to be following up on as well.
Okay, and then you also identified the UCLA site as state-owned land. What is that? I'm not familiar with it.
Let me just set that up real quick, actually. I'm getting to that page.
Jing, I could answer that. It's basically a large parking lot. It's located right near the UCLA Health Center. So there's 2 large parking lots. I believe they're on Santa Monica Boulevard.
And is that a surface parking lot, or there's a structure?
They're surface parking lots.
Okay. And is the same inquiry the same path that we're trying to inquire vis-a-vis the DMV site, is that the same path with that, or is UCLA
we have
entity?
Yeah, we have known contacts at UCLA. So part of the issue with the DMV is just trying to find out who to talk to. That's been a bit of a challenge. But UCLA, all the agencies you see listed on that, we actually have contacts at those agencies, that we're able to reach out to.
Right. City Manager Dilg used to work at UCLA before she came here, correct?
Right. Yeah.
So what has UCLA told us?
No, I mean, we haven't done that inquiry yet, so we are following up on that at the moment.
Okay. Let me just check one thing. I think I've covered all my questions. Oh, just one other thing. I don't expect you to answer tonight, but it looks to me that the chart you have in your existing conditions, I believe it's chart 17, that gives burden, and it says that it's rent, but it looks to me, by looking at the Chaz data, that is actually both owners and renters. So you might want to check that, and if I'm correct that.
No, yeah, that is right. That's just we will adjust that.
Okay, thank you. So before we let planning staff go so that they can get on with their lives, are there any other questions that any commissioners want to ask them before we thank them? Okay, hearing none, thank you guys so much. We really appreciate it. We know you've been killing yourself on this and killing yourself on all these reporting outs to different groups in the city, and it's really appreciated.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Yes, thank you all. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jing, Rachel, Carrie, and Steve, and Ross.
Okay, so now why don't we move to commissioner discussion, and I'm going to suggest we start with Commissioner Hamilton, because I know he had some specific things he wanted to be sure that he throws out for us all to think about in terms of things that we might do, and so why don't we start there?
Okay. Let's see.
This isn't, you're not obligated to do everything you want to say now. I just thought this was a good way not to lose those things that you noted you wanted to be sure that we did.
Yeah. Well, they referenced, the 5 questions at the end. I think we should, I haven't had a chance to read those questions personally, but I think we should open those up and vote on those next week, and we can review those next meeting, and have the next 2 weeks to review and think about the answer to those questions. We were also going to have access to the slide that they provided about the city council's actions. They showed briefly on the screen.
Yeah, Jim, did you get that? Or Melinda? They did say that they did say they would send to you guys so that we could all have it, the slide that had the recommendations that city council voted on Tuesday night.
Sure. Yes, we can get that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, but they didn't send it to you yet. Okay.
It looks like Jing just sent it. So
did you? Okay, perfect. Can you distribute that to the commissioners and make it available to the public in whatever way we can do that? Right. And then I think you also, Josh, wanted to talk about potentially changing moderate rate housing to getting kind of density bonuses or something. That's sort of what I wrote down, but.
Yeah, I wanted to, address the missing middle, which is, I don't think is adequately addressed in statute. And I wanted to ask the question as whether the city should define affordable housing and allow for units up to 120% to be to benefit from the same incentives that developers have for affordable housing. So I guess that would mean like two-pronged approach would be, up to 120% could be developed on city-owned land. That'd be one item to take action on. The other one would be up to 120% could be part of the menu of options that developers have for their inclusionary set aside. And one other thing too, I didn't get to with staff, but I'd like, should I go on or should I pause for a second?
Are we still talking about the bonuses? Because if you're going to go to something else, I do want you to pause for a minute.
Okay. We can pause. I was going to go to something else.
Because I think when you look at the questions in the staff report, and I think this is something you were saying before, one of the things they were talking about is whether the AB 1763 state incentives should also be, whether Santa Monica should create those same incentives for up to 120%.
Yeah.
So that's something you want us to consider too.
That's where I was going next. It's on page 42 of the Planning Commission, right up at the bottom. Yeah, I would like us to opine on that.
Okay.
And that's all. I think that was everything. But that was it.
Okay. Like I said, I didn't mean to force you to give all your thoughts about everything right now. I just wanted to make sure we didn't forget, because you had specifically said there were some things you wanted to be sure we did. Okay. So with that, why don't we open more general commissioner discussion? Who would like to begin? Commissioner Kamner.
So I should not start discussing the key questions at the end of the document yet. We're saving that for next meeting.
Well, no. So look, I'm not dictating what we have to do, but what I had in mind was we could discuss anything and everything, just that we not put it to the point of a vote, because part of the idea, we heard a lot of information tonight. I would like us actually to talk to each other. That's at least in the past that we've done. We have talked about the issues. It's just then we thought about what we heard from each other, what we learned in the meeting, and then we come back and have some further discussion and voting. That's typically how we've done things. So for example, when the downtown community plan draft came out, we held a meeting, we listened to the presentation, we talked about some ideas, different people had different views, then we came back and had a special meeting so that we could get it done in time, but where people then had a chance to think about it. I don't mean any disrespect to anybody, but I think that, and I don't mean any person, I mean anybody, but I think that decision making when you first hear about something and then have to go to a decision, not the best way to get good decisions. It's better to talk about it and then have an opportunity to actually think about what you've learned and then make a decision. So I think you should feel free to talk about the 5 questions. I know that staff wants to constrain us in those ways. I don't mean that pejoratively. I mean, that's what they sort of feel they need. But I also think that we should not feel bound necessarily by only that. I mean, I think we are, the reason we exist, as far as I know, is to try and give our best advice to the city and the city council in particular. And, all we do is give advice. We can be, we have no power and it's only the quality of what we say that matters. But, I think we're allowed to comment on other things too. And certainly for purposes of discussing with each other, I think that's perfectly fine. Then we can think about, well, what's really productive at this stage to do in terms of recommendations, recognizing then this will be our one chance to sort of say something to both city council and to staff probably before they bring back their next version. But maybe we'll be persuasive about something to one or both of those groups. And then obviously when it comes back again, I'm hopeful, this we're going to talk about in the work plan, but I'm hopeful we'll have convinced the powers that be in the city that if you're going to be talking about all these issues of affordable housing in this housing element, that the commission that was tasked with affordable housing being their bailiwick ought to be allowed to participate in that process. That at least clarify what I'm thinking, Commissioner Kamner?
Really helpful, thank you. Yes.
Okay.
So I'm gonna just share my thoughts on the questions then. So for question one, where should housing be located? 1A, among the three options for the geographic distributions. I think this is a really easy question. I think it is definitely all of the above. You know, we're really deep in a housing crisis. We have big RENA numbers. This isn't, if this was like 15 years ago, I could understand maybe one or an incremental approach, but with big needs like this, we need an all of the above strategy. I think that's pretty straightforward, and the policy justification is pretty clear. Are there any other concepts that would also meet the requirement to affirmatively further fair housing? I mean, I was glad to hear that the city is going to put all the recommendations and the fair housing assessment in there. I think, again, everything listed here, it's like another all of the above strategy. Affirmatively furthering fair housing means we should take every reasonable step to address racial segregation and economic segregation in the city. I think I was really encouraged by the city council's vote this week and decision to affirmatively further fair housing and address that in R1 zoning. Based on the discussion that I heard, I think that to affirmatively further fair housing in the R1 areas, we would have to have like some kind of meaningful inclusionary program. And so I think that means that we would have to look at upzoning to 6 to 8 units. Like, I don't think duplex lot splits and ADUs are enough. I mean, I think they're a great step in the right direction. I really appreciate the thinking there, but those are still very, very expensive homes for wealthy, mostly white people. So, we do have to look at the inclusionary amount. I think, I don't see any reason why 6 to 8 units wouldn't be consistent with like the size of homes in the R1 areas. Like, I've seen buildings in the R1 areas look like they could fit like 10 units, honestly. So 6 to 8 units to me would be totally in the same scale. I think we heard that from Planning Commissioner Fresco too, and I asked her that question. So, 6 to 8 units makes sense for an inclusionary program, makes sense for affirmatively furthering fair housing, is feasible and in line with neighborhood character. That's clearly the path forward for doing AFFH. Question: how do we plan to achieve the RENA? Which concepts should be included in the housing element update? Again, all of these things should be in there for sure. Like, we need all of the above strategy for affordable housing. This is probably a good point to mention the quantified objectives again. My window go. The quantified objectives. I've lost my notes. I was gonna read from the statute about quantified objectives, and we are required to analyze all resources available. Going to do quantified objectives. So I'm gonna email that statute maybe to the Housing Commission, like as a comment or something for next time, maybe, so you can all see that. But it's required. So we need to literally analyze all resources for affordable housing. And if that is upzoning, like upzoning is a resource, then that needs to go in the quantified objectives analysis. I think really big problems require really big solutions. And the truth is, upzoning is something that is easily doable in the city. It's just an issue of political will. So that's not a reason under the statute to do quantified objectives. Like a lack of political will isn't a justification for the housing element. So so an analysis of large scale upzoning with an inclusionary requirement needs to go into the quantified objectives analysis about what resources we actually have to achieve all of our affordable housing targets. 3, what is the role of city-owned property in producing affordable housing? To what extent should affordable housing be prioritized? Yes, I think absolutely city-owned property has a role in producing affordable housing, that we should prioritize it for affordable housing, that affordable housing should be prioritized in general. We need to make sure we're serving the needs of lower income levels as much as possible. Should city-owned sites be rezoned to maximize affordable housing potential? Absolutely. I think, we've all already discussed that, so I don't think there's really disagreement on this commission about that. And then 4, consider more capacity on A lots and parking lots, religious organizations. Definitely, I think that's something we've heard from the affordable housing developers, that's something that they see as very feasible. And then number 5, I don't really have comments on that question. So those are my thoughts about the questions on here. I guess I just want to throw out there again, there are really big problems in the world. There's really big problems for the future, like getting to zero carbon by 2025, or I'm sorry, 2050, getting to zero carbon. That's a huge technological challenge. That's a human challenge. Upzoning, it's actually not, I don't consider it a challenge on that scale. It's pretty straightforward. We know how to do it. I think this city is a place where people care about making sure that their neighbors have housing. I don't think this is the kind of place where people want to tolerate a situation where our own neighbors are becoming homeless and their children are becoming homeless. To me, that's unacceptable. That should be the political non-starter. That should be like, okay, that's where we draw the line. We're not ever going to allow a situation where people here are displaced, people become homeless. I think, that should be a policy and approach that's in line with the values of this city. If upzoning helps prevent that, then it's, absolutely in line with the values here, and it's our duty and obligation to do something big like that, which is, again, not a technological challenge, not in the realm of fantasy, something that would be very easy if there was the political will. So, I think we just have to sort of connect the dots there with providing housing, the need to provide housing for all our residents, the importance of not accepting the current situation, accepting the fact that people can't find homes that they can afford, and that people are losing their homes and becoming homeless, and just deciding as a community here that we don't accept that, and we're willing to do whatever it takes to actually address that and create a livable and just city for everyone. Those are my comments.
Okay. Commissioner Flora?
Excuse me, getting close to bedtime here for me. So thank you for letting me go. I just want to, I'll weigh in using the questions as well, I guess. Um, I'm all for all of the above on questions 1 and 2. 1A and B. On question 2, I'm for 1, 2, and 3. I'm not this romanticization of ADUs. If you couldn't tell earlier, really bothers me, and I thought I could get some emotion out of the planning staff on. Isn't this terrible that we can't make sure it's not just a guy building a room to put a billiard table in and nothing. I mean, I hope people will be a little more upset about the fact that we can't even enforce these as rental housing. So definitely for 1, 2, and 3, though. I wanted to say to the chair, Michael, I really appreciated your letter to the city council. And on question 3 in general, I really agree with you on the 100% affordable on publicly owned land. So count my chit in with you wholeheartedly on that. I think it's vitally important. If I'm not mistaken, publicly owned land value I think is more locked in than other land value, and so it's upfront cost on the land I don't think is as much as other opportunity sites. We really need to do it, and I just want to say I support you wholeheartedly on that point. I don't have much to say on 4 and 5 either, other than A-lots has come up many times before. My only concern there is in years past when this was discussed, A-lot development, I believe the controversy was there is some housing in alleyways that if you'd be destroying some housing to get new housing. I think it may only be a few hard cases, but that's something we might want to make sure of, that we're not displacing folks in A-lots where there's actually a few places where there's housing and they're not simply parking lots. I'll leave it at that for tonight. Really good discussion, really good questions on the part of my colleagues. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Buchanan.
I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but it bothers me tremendously that there's no real focus on housing the folks who live on our streets. It's thrown in there with, disadvantaged groups or vulnerable groups. But when I look at that, and then I look at all of the effort to ensure that we have workforce housing, which essentially in many cases is going to mean people who don't live here moving here. And while I get the benefits of that, doing that over not addressing the issue of the people who live on the streets, straight on, really, it frustrates me, and it has frustrated me since way back when we first started talking about workforce housing. A lot of those people out there have been in this city a long time, and this is their home, and that we aren't prioritizing them in a way that truly means there will be housing for them. I just find again, I think we're not putting our money where our mouth is, and that is just very disturbing to me. I mean, it goes back to when, the Housing Commission was deemed non-essential because there weren't necessarily any housing issues on the horizon. There's a housing issue in this city every day. And, it just, I just think that that needs to be built in to this in a more direct way. I think it's a group that needs to be named, you know, instead of saying vulnerable, they need to be named, you know, and they need, because until we do, we're never going to truly admit that. I mean, the status quo is not really going to change. You know, it's like you admit there's a problem, then you got to do something about it, not just kind of slide it under the rug somewhere. So that's my rant for the evening.
So while we're going to talk about this in the work plan, since we're not, two of the things you said are going to be things that I'm going to suggest we put on the agenda for next week or 2 weeks from now. One is our voting and making a recommendation to the city council that they authorize us to resume our normal operations. And number two, that we agendize the budget and what it should mean, that now that the council has voted that one of the top 3 priorities over the next 2 years is addressing homelessness. I think we ought to talk about what that means and potentially give advice, because we can't be sure we'll be allowed to meet again before they make those kinds of decisions in December. So there are going to be more opportunities for certain to talk about the issues you're raising before we get winked out again, if that's what in fact happens. So, okay, other commissioners who want to make comment tonight about the housing element? Just FYI, this is another reason why I think it's good to talk about things, but then think about it and come back, because we'll be fresh next time when we're actually trying to make some decisions. Commissioner Hanson. Oh, sorry, you have to do the thing with the phone again.
You're unmuted on your phone.
I think I'm good now.
Now we can hear you.
They did it for me. I had done it on my end, so that was my fault. Thank you. Yeah, I guess first of all, I do want to just emphasize my appreciation for the direction that council took on Tuesday night. I strongly support the focus on equity and addressing both historic racist policy and the kind of continued legacy of that in current zoning, and the desire to do something meaningful to address that, I think is really key here. I also thought it was interesting and maybe just worth flagging is that the Biden administration's housing policy specifically calls out the ending exclusionary zoning and links funding to policies around the elimination of exclusionary zoning. So both for states and for localities. And I think there's a local housing policy grant specific for states and localities that are working to end exclusionary zoning. And so maybe there's an opportunity for the city to get some resources there to support staff in the work that they'll be doing towards the housing element. I agree with others in terms of the distribution. I think all of the above, is the right approach here. I think council took the option B approach as the more distributed, but I think each of those areas have a lot of advantages, and we shouldn't be leaving any area off the table, and should be approaching all of them with that lens of ending the bad practices of the past and thinking about equity as we approach this. I'd, also encourage us to look at new technology and construction and building codes that match prefab and the mass timber construction stuff, and look for some interesting opportunities in that area to make the process more streamlined and sensible for new technologies that may lead to more affordable construction. I think, yeah, affordable housing absolutely should be a priority. I agree with Chair Buchanan that we really should be thinking about homelessness. I mean, the scale of the homelessness crisis right now is it's unsettling in a city with as much wealth as we have to, you know, in the same city to have so many people suffering from homelessness and mental health issues and drug addiction without the supportive services and the housing they need. So I think that should be an absolute priority. And regarding one of the questions I had asked Jing is I really want to think through, like, how much affordable housing are we going to be, 100% affordable housing are we actually going to be able to build? And then what is that amount that's left over in our RHNA obligation? And then how do we get to that? I think the inclusionary potential could provide a lot of housing, and getting that market rate chunk is also really valuable. Like everybody is not going to have the opportunity to get into deed restricted units. And unless we solve the shortage of market rate housing across the state, and all cities are flooding the market with new housing, we're not getting out of this. We have a broken market. And I think, Leonore, what they were saying there about, Commissioner Kamner, with that conversation about 30,000 units, like, I'm not sure that that's a bad thing. Like why are we treating like ending a housing famine as a negative? And I think we need to really look at the scale of the problem and the just awful housing situation, and be ready to take like bold political moves here. Thank you.
Vice Chair Hilton, Commissioner Hilton, do you have some comments you'd like to make?
Several comments. We should emphasize the major transit corridors rather than expand to R1 single family. And I'd like to just comment real briefly on both Commissioner Fresco and some of the other commissioners regarding R1 single family. For me, it's not segregation, integration. It's the parcel sizes, land costs, and the yield, especially for 100% affordable housing. The R1 parcels won't accommodate 60 units. They wouldn't accommodate 60 units in Beverly Hills or Bel Air. More likely here, 6, 7, as planning staff said, or a maximum of 10 units. My concerns have to do only with the higher costs and the negligible amount of affordable housing. And then finally, 2 comments about needs of existing residents. That's part of the presentation. And first, regarding credit, because the commission had 3 meetings about credit concerns, and I think the city could expand or amend our ordinance on source of income to include a prohibition on credit. For example, if the resident had a Section 8 voucher, which pays, the federal portion pays about 70-80% of the monthly rent, or if the unit or project is affordable. And finally, and this is about our wait list, needs of existing residents. The city invests local funding. For example, we spend more probably than virtually any city. It doesn't sound like a lot. And we have zoning requirements, our inclusionary program. So there's some expectation of benefit to our residents and workforce. And our wait list local priority was adopted because of marketing inequities. And I remember back in 2010, I attended a meeting of 22 residents. They all came from the same development. It had 98, 99 affordable units, and approximately 33 of their neighbor units were rented out to ineligible individuals. And then the city started compliance monitoring, and years later, which was very recently, that led to a local priority wait list. And if we expand the wait list eligibility, we'd be reversing all those efforts. So those are just a few comments.
Okay, Commissioner Hamilton, anything else that you subsequently wanted to add before I give my comments?
No, I think I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, well, it's late and we have a little more to do, but I want to make a few comments. For me, there are sort of two housing issues in the state of California. For me, the most critical one is that we have 1.5 million low-income households that are paying more than 50% of their income in rent. And that is what's actually fueling now the homelessness crisis. We have to turn that machine off. It's highly immoral. And there are two ways that we can do that. In our city, it's going to be faster and cheaper to expand rent subsidy. I'm hoping the Biden administration is actually going to keep its word and fully fund the Section 8 program. Right now, in Los Angeles County, I think it's 30% of the people who qualify, at least in the past, actually get it. I heard a statistic nationwide, it's only 25%. And I think our POD program and the numbers that we looked at, and if you look at the chart that I constructed and put in the letter that I sent to council and distributed to all of you, you can see how many more households we can help in a very short period of time than simply by constructing units. I also think the whole state metric of units is not intelligent planning. For example, it costs us more to build a family unit than it does to build a single unit. We've overbuilt single units and underbuilt family units, but on a per person helped basis, it's actually more cost effective to build family units. Not only just as a matter of people sheltered per dollar, but also if we can do housing that allows low-income children to come into our community and benefit from our schools, all the data shows that gives them lifelong benefits. And that, in fact, a lot of what the Obama administration, affirmatively furthering fair housing, was very focused on this question of how do we get people out of concentrated areas of poverty, like unfortunately still South LA and East LA and the like, into places like our community. I want to see that happen. I want to see it happen very particularly for the people who already work here, both because it's good for the environment, it's good for them and their families, and because I feel we owe a moral obligation to those folks because all the rest of us are benefiting from the tax dollars that come in this city almost exclusively from sales tax and TOT. There's also some property tax, but that's the huge part of our budget. None of that would exist but for the fact that those folks are doing that work. So they're already part of our community. They have sweat equity in our community, and we should create a place for them. I really pleased that everybody at council and this commission is going to make a loud statement that we want our public land devoted to 100% affordable housing. That is a huge economic resource that we have that can be made available for affordable housing. And yes, then we're going to have to convert that into actual land. But when people talk about taking a big swing, we need to tell every source, whether it's the Biden plan, whether it's TCAC, whether it's the state trying to get them to actually commit resources, that here we are, we have land, we're ready to go, partner with us. Some of us have actually been working on ballot initiatives to get more money. Some of us have actually been working on bills to make it easier to form EIFDs that would actually require state and county matching of funds. So I think we should do that. I think Commissioner Kamner's right that right now Prop I isn't a limitation, but let's get rid of it, because I'd love to see us convince folks to give us the resources to actually make this happen. And when I hear people, well, but, we need a parking lot, or we need this, or we need that. That's a lack of political will too. And I want to see us really make that commitment in this city. And so that's really important to me. I think that this issue on the redlining and the like, that's why I want to see the census data, because when you look at those redlined areas, a lot of those areas, with the exception of 2 WAs in Pico, are among the highest resourced places in the state of California. Some of the redlined places, because what may in 1920 have seemed like an undesirable place to be, such as Ocean Park, turned into an incredibly desirable place to be, and that's very heavily white and very little affordable housing there, at least according to the Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing. And I personally think that the city council may have, when doing this at 1 a.m, not really focused on that and whether it was really right to exclude from this affordable housing overlay anything more than the environmental justice areas. I'm not 100% sure of that. That's why I want to see the data and overlay it. But I think that it's informative what's the past, but we also have to look at what's actually happening today and make our policy to reflect that. I do want to say that, it is pretty interesting that places like Ocean Park or downtown, which is a few blocks from the Pacific Ocean, and which right now has some of the most expensive land in the United States, is being viewed as some undesirable area that we shouldn't let poor people live in. I guess I have a slightly different perspective on that. I think that with ADUs, I certainly agree. I've always thought that this is an issue, but there are a couple of things that might make it a little less troubling than some people have. Number one is something that we actually talked about a long time ago when Wes Wellman used to come to our meetings, who represents a lot of, I guess he leases out properties or own properties. I'm not quite sure what exactly his role is in the landlord community here, but he's involved in that. The idea of allowing ADUs on, multifamily property. And you may have seen in the report that actually that the state beat us to doing it, authorizing that, and they're starting to see some interest. We have a lot of small rental properties, 3 units, 4 units, 5 units, and for those landlords to be able to add an extra unit as an ADU actually will be a rental unit, and there'll be interest in that. So I think that portion of it actually will turn into real rental property. The other thing is that a lot of actually in our single family neighborhoods, a lot of the homes are actually rental properties now they're being rented at unbelievable rents, $12,000 a month, $20,000 a month. It's crazy. But to the extent somebody is renting the property, it's possible. I'm not sure, because they might decide that they think that they can't rent the main house for as much with that, but it's possible that those rental owners will actually make it housing. Also, to some degree, there are people who are putting their kids or other people like that in the housing, and even though it's not rental, it is housing other people in Santa Monica. But ultimately, yes, there are definitely people who it's just another building on their property, and it's never going to help us any with the housing. In terms of, upzoning the city, I know we have a disagreement about this, about whether it's reasonable to ask the people of Santa Monica to have, to have 30,000 or 50,000 or whatever would be number of new units, simply to hope that those will actually get built and to generate 6,000 units. It will further change the character of the community into Beverly Hills by the Sea, since those units will all be for wealthy people, and we'll have less than our 30% of new housing being for low-income people and the like. And it's not ultimately a strategy that's going to work in many places other than possibly here. It's not really going to do much to solve the regional problem or the state problem. For me, the only real solutions to that our people to admit that we have to take our public land and we have to take our money and we have to actually do something about this problem and not think that we can just rely on trickle down housing. It's just not a viable strategy. It doesn't work. I don't know what market analysis has been done to suggest that we could realistically build and fill up 30,000, but I also don't think that the people of Santa Monica are obligated to turn themselves into Miami Beach simply because somebody from the state makes up some numbers and says you have to do that here. And I'd be interested to see. I've read the statute too. I'd be interested to see the legal authority that Commissioner Kamner is relying on, that she thinks that that's obligated, and I'll be very interested in seeing any economic analysis that suggests that that's actually a feasible strategy. But in any event, whether it is or it isn't, that will get worked out somewhere else. But I do think that we need to not simply let the state off the hook for the fact that it has underinvested in affordable housing for a very long time, and that then took money away that was being used, and they still haven't even put back the inadequate levels that they were doing before. I think that it's important that discussion get out there into the world. To my dissatisfaction, I don't feel there's any real champion in Sacramento because they don't want to have to come up with resources. They'd rather spend it on other things because poor people is not a very powerful political constituency. And I think this city needs to stand up and say, we're ready. We're going to put in hundreds of millions of dollars of land. Now let's partner up and do it. So those are sort of my overall thoughts. Certainly option B, which I understand to basically be, doesn't exclude anything that's in the other options. It's just adding to it. We should definitely do that. I think the issue of what exactly we can do in the R1 is an interesting question. I don't know whether the idea that Council Member McEwen raised works economically or not. I thought it was interesting. The possibility of a lot split, which would allow you to have two main houses and two ADUs if you deed restricted one of them. It's not impossible in my mind that actually if you could split a lot and have two main houses, that it might not be worth enough that it would justify creating an affordable unit on it. I don't know. Maybe that the folks who've talked to people about this 6 to 7 have looked at that option and say that doesn't work. I'd be interested if people have any data on that. But I thought it was interesting. I also thought it was interesting. I didn't know this before, and I assume Commissioner Fresco, since she's on the Planning Commission, actually knows this, but if I heard her correctly, she was suggesting that certain through streets are R2 all through the city. At least that's what I thought I heard her say, like 14th Street, I thought she was saying because it cuts through is R2 everywhere. If that's really true, that's an interesting data point. But even if it isn't, that's also an interesting concept of whether, rather than, rezoning an entire R1 area or whatever, maybe, a couple of streets could be or something. I don't know. It was just an interesting thing that she raised that I want to give some more thought to see if there's something there that makes some sense. But I do think I do share her view at the end of the day that, that the people in the city are entitled to have some say in how their city is run. And so I'd like to find something that I think is really going to deliver as much to lower income people as possible. Now, the other housing issue in the city, in the state, is obviously what it costs for market rate housing. And that is also very high. And so people who are relatively well off pay more than they want to for housing. And that's the part that maybe these expansion of market rate can deal with. It's not going to actually change hugely what it costs to live here, but it can have some, at least according to the legislative analyst office. If you increase the supply, I think they did it, of single family homes by 20%, you would cut the cost by 10%. So, it can have some impact. That's a separate crisis, if you want to call it that, can also be discussed, but that doesn't help the people that I'm most focused on, who I feel are suffering the most. So anyway, those are some thoughts on my mind, but the main things that I do want to look at that overlay mapping. I do want to think about whether there is something that is economically or otherwise feasible that could actually create some affordable units in the R1 areas. And that might be, within the realm of what makes sense. But I really do want to get this city committed that we're really going to devote something that's worth hundreds of millions of dollars, this public land, that we're really going to make that available for affordable housing and start sending out RFPs and see what we can do. And I'm very anxious to hear what we got on the 4th Street garage. I may renew my RFP, my Public Records Act request, and dispute whether there's really an adequate basis for not sharing that with the public at this point if we don't hear about that, because I do think that kind of real world data from people who actually do this, as opposed to armchair folks, would help all of us to think about what is realistically possible. So those are my thoughts for tonight. Okay, so I think what people should do is think about what everybody did, come to our next meeting with motions or whatever that they want to do, and we can talk about that and do it. So Commissioner Kaminer, did you want to have a final word on this topic before we go to the next one?
What's the next topic again?
I'm my computer went to sleep. I think the next thing is just the work plan. So we'll talk about what our agenda is going to look like for our next meeting.
Okay.
Is principally what I think that is about.
Yes. I just had a concern I wanted to bring up with this commission. And perhaps Jim Kemper, you can help advise. But time to time it comes up on this commission, the question of prioritizing family units over single units, and whether we are prioritizing families or single people. And it has come to my attention that may be discrimination under the Fair Housing Act based on familial status. So I don't know if you can advise about that, but I wonder if that's an issue and if we should be having opinions on that particular topic.
I certainly have opinions, given that if you read our Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing report, they talk about the lack of building family units in the city as actually impeding fair housing. So, you can certainly ask the city attorney.
I might ask the city attorney. I mean, I think, of course, it's one thing to say that there should be more family-sized units, but I'm just wondering, sometimes we get into the conversation about, do we want families living here or single people here? That's where I'm sort of.
Not about who we want living here. It's how we're going to spend our tax dollars on affordable housing.
Okay, that was my only comment.
But it's certainly a fair question to ask the city attorney. Okay.
If you're asking, we'll try and get you an answer for next time.
Oh, and we actually have the city attorney here. I thought everybody had left. Great.
So we'll get back to you. I mean, if we can get you an answer by the next time. I don't believe that our affirmative fair housing plan, which does speak about family housing versus single units, I don't believe that violates the Fair Housing Act or anything in the Fair Housing Act or serves as discrimination. But we'll look and get you a definitive answer.
Okay. So apropos that we're not trying to do motions and figure stuff out at 10 o'clock at night after 4 hours, let's now turn to item. Sorry, folks, I have to get back to
3B. 3B.
Thank you. I have to read it though,
I'm sorry.
I've been taught by former Chair Hilton.
I can read it if you'd like, or if it would help.
Yeah, would you read it? I'm sorry, because I have so many
No
tabs
problem.
open on my computer.
I had to pull it up myself to make sure I'm following the agenda. Item 3B, the work plan. Item 3B is discussion of the annual work plan and potential priorities and possible action, setting long-range agenda and work plan.
So just so people know, at our next meeting, one of the things we need to talk about is, and maybe Jim, you could say what it is, that the one that we have to talk about.
Yes, the Housing Authority draft annual plan and administrative plan, which we need to take to council, or we are taking to council on the 27th. The deadline is for the 15th to turn it into HUD. We have spoken to HUD, and they said you turn in your whatever you have on the 15th, your draft, turn that in, and then based on what the council sitting as the Housing Authority Board does, approve it or but that's those are two items, or under the those are two items on the agenda. Under one agenda item, there are also a recommendation from the community working group on boards and commissions on ideas about consistency and things. That'll be another. Those are the two items that the staff wanted to bring. Because that item is also going to the council on April 27th, the clerk's office, who was leading that item, had asked for all input by the 15th, but I explained to them that your meeting is on the 15th, so would it be okay to turn in the comments, any input the commission has on the next day, and they agreed that would be fine. So those are the two items staff was going to bring to the commission and need to have on that agenda.
So obviously, as we've discussed tonight, we'll continue talking about the housing element as an action item and the like. But there were two other things that I would like to put on the agenda. One, I do want us to discuss budget priorities because that will be coming before the council. They'll probably they have to make their decision sometime in June, and we're obviously not guaranteed that we're going to be allowed to meet again before then. So while it's not ideal, if we have to both discuss it and take action in a single meeting, we at least ought to have the discussion. And if there are things that we want to do, try and do it because we're not guaranteed. I also want to put on the issue of asking the council to allow this commission to resume ordinary operations. I think that we formed a subcommittee that's supposed to be Commissioner Buchanan and I to basically put something together about what the pitch for that would be. So we will do that before the 15th and bring that to the commission and see what people think about how we're saying it and whether they agree that we ought to do it. We can't discuss it tonight. This is just the work plan, but that would be the idea. And then there are a variety of things in the budget that at least I have in mind that are within the sort of the realm of this commission that we ought to talk about, including, what has been done with GS and GSH funds and the concept of putting those back now that funding is coming back from the federal government, the money that was effectively borrowed last year, not diverting it, homeless housing, getting the 4th Street garage going, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, and there may be other things that other folks want to bring up. So think about, if people agree that's something we ought to talk about, think about, budget items that relate to what this commission does that we could talk about and potentially recommend to council. And then the only other thing that I thought of, but if there was that we did form at our last meeting in January, we rescinded the existing committees. We created some new ones. So if any of those other committees want to report out on what they've done so far, then we ought to put that on the agenda too. So that was my thinking. Commissioner Kamner.
The diversity committee has been meeting. We've been doing a lot of research. We talked to the Toronto Planning Department and Healthy Democracy about some ideas to potentially systematically ensure diversity on this commission going forward. And so we're just going to be working on a presentation about this findings and our recommendations. And we're still working on that. I don't think we're going to be done for the next meeting, unfortunately. So it might have to be the one after that.
Okay. Well, hopefully we'll succeed in our plea. Well, I shouldn't prejudge. I don't know what we're going to vote on. So if we vote to make a plea to the council, and if we succeed, then hopefully there'll be, not too distant future for that. So, is there anything else that anybody, recognizing sort of where we are, feels in terms of they'd like to see as an agenda item that warrants at this next meeting, given all these other things we'll be talking about? Okay, hearing nothing, unless there's something else anybody wants to discuss under this topic, I'll work with, and Vice Chair Buchanan and I will work with staff to get out an agenda that reflects what we've talked about.
I think it sounds like it'll be pretty full.
It will. Yeah, that raises an interesting question. I guess it's not really under this agenda item, but just so at some point it does relate to our work in this sense, is that we used to start meeting at what time was it? Was it 4:30, I think?
Correct.
And then we had some discussions with people who said, well, working people, aren't even back from their jobs then and the like. And so we moved it to 6 to try and not be discriminatory in that way. I'm not sure how much success we've had in getting folks, and it does potentially lead to some pretty late night meetings. So that's something that we ought to think about at some time. It's certainly, I fully supported the intention. I think I'm the one who drove it, but I'm not sure whether it's been effective or not. So that's something we can think about, but not for the next meeting. I think we are where we are, and we'll have to start at 6. Okay, so I think that completes item 3B. And Jim, could you just read the next one since you have it in front of you?
The adjournment. Item 4, adjournment of the Housing Commission.
Oh, okay. That one's easy. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. And we'll see you in 2 weeks.
Bye.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.